Yep. It's a foregone conclusion. I need a larger power supply. So we gotta add another module to this thing. I'll have to do a bunch of measurements and stuff too, because I don't have any of the files from the power supply build. I built that thing in 2013. The latest iteration of the circuit board. We gotta extend it. We gotta make this into a 750 watt power supply, which may mean I need a new input module as well, which is gonna be expensive. This is gonna be expensive. I'm not happy about that because I don't exactly have money right now. So, but hold on. I dug my bed and now I gotta sleep in it. What's hilarious is that I'm gonna be able to use parts from the Keurig coffee maker in order to cool this project. This right here is a 6mm inner diameter tube. The elbow on the end is soft with a 6mm inner diameter. And this is important because that thing has barbs. It doesn't have fittings that I can place on it. So in order to get it as low profile as possible, I gotta cut off these big fuel pipes that they use on these AIOs, and I gotta replace it with this. This is the NXZT, like, smaller version. It's got the pump in there. I'll be able to put this fitting on there and just for shits and giggles use this like crinkle tube that the Keurig utilizes. It has less of a tendency to kink because it's ribbed for my pleasure. But yeah, so that'll go here and snake around and get to the AIO. I saw thermal throttling. I saw throttling when I was testing power supply, motherboard, processor going full tilt. It got up to 70 degrees Celsius. What's up, Smith Clay? I got up to 70 degrees Celsius, and then all of a sudden, utilization started going down. And I don't know if that's the motherboard doing that, or the processor, or if that's Prime 95 doing something. I don't know. I don't know who's doing it. But I got most of my desktop restored. Got all my games back in there and everything. But right now, it is a desktop machine, which means if I go to start any sort of appreciable, I mean, I've got, wow, my bitrate sucks. Hey, Smith Clay, my one viewer, what's it looking like out there? You doing okay? Are you buffering a lot? I'm not dropping frames to my knowledge. Look at this. Look at this bitrate. It's in the red. That's all I really know about it. Usually I'm like 6 point something. Maybe my my internet will jump back into hold on, let's do a speed test to scare my ISP. I don't have the speed test running on the Stream Deck every 20 minutes. Of course, this is probably lying. Pretty good download. What's my upload at? Come on. Yeah. No, that's decent. Pay so much money for this fucking internet. Pay so much money for this, and it's like abysmal. Ah, God, I hate this country sometimes. I gotta get a haircut. Holy shit, what is going on with my hair today? Look like Wolfman. 80/70. I pay for 100/100, but all right, all right. All right, all right. Sorry, give the music a little bit more, maybe a little less. We'll leave it about there. Mixcloud comes in a little quieter. Oh, and I actually have it turned up out here, so I'm actually double musicking. This needs to be way down. There we go. All right, that should be a lot clearer. Gotta isolate my different sound sources. 430, 487, paying for 400. How? I guess I got residential, whatever. Is there a delay? No, pretty good. I guess my residential rates just are what they are. God, I wish I could get that, like business class internet. Be nice. I don't have a lot of Vicor models here, and I'm wondering if maybe, well, I think this would be the only one that I need, because I need that one. I think if that's the shorter one, that might be the regular sized one. technically with these modules, you're supposed to be designing the power supply from like having these modules in parallel, like literally in parallel, in order to isolate. I feel like when I'm talking, there's a little bit of a delay on my mouth. I don't, you guys probably wouldn't see that at all, but I don't know. No, I guess that's okay. Yeah, it's just weird. I don't know. It's been a couple days since I've been streaming, and I'm like weirdly tired today. Maybe that's part of it. You can't probably perceive it. I can, because I'm looking directly at the monitor. So 38030 upload is, yeah, that's a bad upload, huh? You can still function with that upload, but that's still a bad upload. None of us have anything on Groovy's internet though. Groovy something has terrible internet. Constantly trying to get him to call Verizon because his internet is bad. It's real bad. It's like single digits bad sometimes. And it sounds like the entire fucking complex that he lives at is sharing a single DSL line, but it's Verizon. Like it should be way better. It has no fucking excuse to be that bad. All right, and we got to redesign this power supply. I already know everything about this. This is something that I've been putting off. We'll gather data, we'll start the project, we'll start designing the circuit board. We'll get through as much of it as we can. I will work on this on Wednesday. I will be completely working on this in the background, and then we'll do sim stuff on Thursday. The Thursday we'll switch it up, get a little bit of variety going. Because I definitely still want to finish that sim thing. Computer is going well. There were a couple curveballs that I've had to factor in. A couple curveballs that I'm annoyed with, but I was expecting curveballs. So right now I'm waiting on cables because I went all the way out to St. David's. It's Villanova. It's like a couple villages away from me. If you're some weirdo foreigner and you don't know what a town is, I don't even know what I'm trying to say there. No, it's like a couple towns over. So I have to do a little bit of a drive. I used to live uphill from it, not anymore. But Micro Center is like a wonderful computer store that actually is still viable this day and age. I went out to it. I went to buy modular cables for the 1 kilowatt power supply that my friend dropped off. You know, I'm not going to say no to a kilowatt, but I'm glad Nad isn't here to say that. It's a 1.2 kilowatt power supply. It's just dropped off at my doorstep, but no cables. So I have to find cables for it as a backup power supply to test this rig. So I went out. What needs that much? Turvy, why the fuck do you think I have this in the first place? Why do you think I have it? Do you think I went out and went, wow, I really could use a 1.2 kilowatt power supply? Did you seriously think that I did? I was literally fucking just explaining, you dense motherfucker. I was just explaining that this was dropped off by a friend. So yes, nothing needs that kind of power this day and age. That's why I have this. Fuck's sake. All right, anyway, I have this. I don't have the cables for it. So I bought cables, but I accidentally bought extension cables. These will help though. They weren't cheap. But then I immediately was like, fuck that. I'm not gonna drive, like, I'm not gonna do another 2-hour errands run. So instead, I went on Amazon and I poked a couple buttons and I have cables on the way. They're out for delivery right now. So we're gonna be watching the phone this stream. We're gonna be watching the phone this stream. Where did my Amazon page go? I think it went away. Oh no, there it is. That was a cool raid from the horologist yesterday, or last stream. Yeah, it's out for delivery. That's the only information that I get, so. It's a bother yells at chat kind of day. I'm still a little miffed. You guys know who I watch, but I'm not gonna name any names, but they were talking about how inane it was to use the tags. Like, I wanna watch a type 1 diabetic. And that just got under my skin. Like, The tags are like from the same mouths that complain about the lack of discoverability on Twitch. They start complaining about the use of tags. And like, yeah, I put type 1 diabetes in the tags. I mean, my chat is quiet enough that people actually do come in and ask me for advice on diabetes. And I've had the motherfucker for like 25 plus years. So I know a thing or two about diabetes. I can say that with confidence. So I like the tags do stuff. People look for tags. Satanism tag. The tags are also very useful for jokes. I do appreciate using them for jokes. That is hilarious. And that's fucking funny. But so, like, I put type 1 diabetes in tags because I don't want to have to explain to chat that I have type 1 diabetes when I whip out my pump and say, oh, fuck, what's my glucose level doing? I had a stuffed poblano pepper for lunch. Well, when you search for them, can't you filter them? I've not tried to use tags. I think people should use them more, but you do get viewers from tags if you're a smaller streamer. They're useful. Oh, not guano. Index C, thank you for subbing. 13 months. I can tell you what, Index C, I desperately need that money right now because we're about to launch into a power supply upgrade. Excuse me. A power supply upgrade that's going to be death by 1,000 cuts. Death by 1,000 cuts. If none of the power supply modules that I have on me work, which I'm not sure if they do, I want streams with type 1 diabetes but no programmers. What the fuck? Yeah, I was thinking about whether or not I wanted to keep programming in there, but they don't have like building or designing. There's like 3D design, there's like CAD, but there's not, well, I don't know about CAD, but there's like 3D design and like modeling and stuff like that. I didn't find anything like designing electronics or even electronics. These tags are fucking racist against electrical engineers. Like scratches on this thing. Yeah, 1.2 kilowatt power supply. It's not mine. It was given to me. I guess that does make it mine. I don't have cables for it, and so those are coming in the mail. So as soon as those get here, we'll do a little stress testing on this build and make sure that it is in fact the power supply that's taking it out. I'll explain this again when we start. It's just stuff that's been on my mind. What is electronics? I don't know. I work at Twitch. I don't know what electronics is. No, I ordered the wrong wires. Survey, I'm not dumb. I ordered the same company wires. They're Corsair. Just to be sure. That, like, somewhere over here, I guess. No, I mean, I already made my wiring mistake. The one that I get, which is to get extensions instead of actual wires. I probably could have found the ones that plug into this anyway, but there was like a $40 wiring kit. Why are wires so expensive these days? We got to do information gathering, chat. I'm just gonna start. We got the usual suspects in chat. I don't feel like I can wait any longer, and I'm tired. I don't know why I'm so tired today. I think I got decent sleep, but I probably snored the whole time. So I'm feeling like I didn't sleep. I just muted myself instead of hitting. Yeah, I'm hitting the wrong buttons because I didn't hit sleep. Anyway, I'm gonna get into stride this week, and I'll feel a lot better. But today I feel like I just woke up, even though I didn't. It's fun. What are we doing? Well, okay. So last stream we did a nighttime stream, and I put all this work into putting together the computer. Didn't work out. It didn't work out for the reasons that obviously everybody said, but I was trying to push the envelope a little bit on this one. I didn't have a big enough power supply. So it is technically a 500 watt power supply. Probably can push it up to 600. 600 is about the lower limit of what you're going to do with a good Ryzen and Radeon system. I have a really good Ryzen and Radeon system. I should probably put 75 tens of watts, decawatts. I should probably put 750 watts behind the thing. In order to find out if that's the case, I had to get wires. So over the weekend, went and I got wires. That's the wrong camera. I went and I got wires. Drove all the way to Micro Center. It was a 2-hour outing, even though Micro Center is like 10 minutes away from me because I have to go through like 3 school zones in order to get there, and it was the middle of the afternoon. It was a dumb thing that I did going out. Anyway, if I'd gone early in the morning, I probably could have done it way more easily. But, yeah, so bought the wrong wires. I could still use these, but I bought the wrong wires. These are extensions. They're not modular power supply wires. I have a friend who built a computer, and then he built another one, probably built another one after that. I don't even know. He had this 1.2 kilowatt power supply kicking around after the build. Didn't need something so extensive, and this thing is like a brick and a half. This thing weighs like a lot. Weighs a lot. Anyway, I dropped this off. He's like, I figured you could find this useful. Generally, I refuse stuff like this because I have too much stuff like that. But I figured it would be good to have a very powerful computer power supply kicking around. Now, in the meantime, my brother dropped off a 600 watt power supply. That's in my file server. So I can't exactly eviscerate that power supply and bring it over here and test it. This will have enough power for this system. So if I plug this thing in, when I can plug this thing in, we'll do a little stress testing on this thing, and I could show you guys what I've been seeing from the build. Now, from the build using just my power supply, I was able to get this thing up and running. I got Windows fully installed. Everything's nice and stable. There's no more frowny face restarts because I also, the previous day, had gone out and bought a $100 AIO system. So that is now able to actually cool the processor. And I think FK Productions was exactly right. I think the seating of the cooler was a little bit weird. There were no springs on that Noctua thing. No springs. So I don't know if maybe like you have to bend the brackets or something in order to get it to squish down on top of the processor. But there's plenty of thermal goop there. It just, the heat wasn't removed fast enough. And so I overkill went for an AIO. I could have gone for a bigger heat sink. That would have made me have to raise the platform a little bit here, but I went for a larger AIO. And in our pursuit of electronics, we took apart a Keurig. And the Keurig had a particularly heinous thing in it. It had this silicon rubber hose here with these ribs on it, right? This thing is like pornographic. I probably shouldn't even show it on Twitch. But anyway, this thing was at the bottom of the reservoir, and it makes this little turn like that. That's why they have the sort of corrugated silicon rubber hose. It needs to make a bend without kinking. So, in that bend, we found mold. There was like a black splotch of mold sitting in that. That coffee maker that we took apart did sit for a little while, but it is the same year as the coffee maker that my parents use. I happened to find in the parts for the Keurig a combination of 2 very unique hoses that would allow me to replace the AIO hoses with silicon rubber hoses. Maybe I could put some sheathing around it so they don't look gross. And get the AIO to fit in this case. It will fit, right? But I also bought my parents a new Keurig because you know, I'm concerned about their safety. I don't want them to be ingesting mold. You know. There's also an iced coffee feature on it, which is pretty cool. So anyway, I bought my parents a new Keurig, and we're gonna take apart the old Keurig because these parts are unique enough that I was not able to find them for purchase online. I looked at eBay and stuff like that, and these 2 parts in particular were fairly unavailable. See, there's a problem. I need this part more than any other part. I need this part because this is a soft elbow, and the soft elbow will fit over the barbs of the NXZT cooler. So I don't have to do any metalworking in order to get new barbs or anything on there, right? So I can pop this thing over the barb and have it immediately go at a right angle and not have to modify my case at all. So I'm hoping with the two unique Keurig parts, I can do the bend when I put, basically the cooler goes over here. Cooler goes over here, it gets its own 120 millimeter slot. So you can run Threadripper and two 6900 XT GPUs, full 8 RAM sticks and SATAs. Well, no, I don't care. I don't care. So I'm gonna have to cut a hole in the base plate, and the AIO will go right here. It fits. It barely fits, but it fits. We need to test to see whether or not extra power is going to help this thing run well, or if it's another problem. So I'm waiting on cables on that. AIO, cut the thing, gonna have to make mounts, that'll be fine. Redoing the AIO and putting new coolant in it is gonna be a little harrowing, but I should be able to get that done. It might mean that I need to uninstall it, fill it, and then reinstall it. It might need to be submerged in order to get rid of bubbles. I'm not sure how much air is natively in an AIO in order to factor in expansion, or maybe that's why they use these giant fuel hoses, is so that when the thing heats up and the water expands and the whole system becomes pressurized, it's okay with that. It can contain that, which means what can the silicon hose contain? It shouldn't be too much. There's not going to be a ton of liquid in there, but I have had problems with previous builds, which is the cooler that I have sitting on the shelf, that little spiral cooler, where I had the whole thing put together and I didn't have an expansion tank. And so when all the liquid would heat up, it would pressurize, and then the, the acrylic front cracked, and it would leak onto my GPU. This is like back in 2007. 2002. Jesus. But anyway, I'm hoping to be able to redo the AIO with new wires, or new tubes, and that way it'll function nicely. And everything will be nice and compact in there. When I was doing tests with Prime 95, ran Prime 95, this thing heats up. It took a long time to get to 70 degrees Celsius, and then all of a sudden, utilization dropped from 99%, and it dropped down to 65%. And so once it dropped to 65%, temperatures went down immediately, right? The AIO is doing a really good job, and I know it's undersized, but it was doing a really good job, and hopefully, you know, maybe we can hit the fans a little harder. What do you mean you lost? It just says, oh no, you lost your, oh, how did that happen? Because of Prime? That's all right. That's a big re, though, yeah. 57 months, though. Thank you for subbing, OctoJ. Never heard of that guy before. Hey, look, I did the new computer project. Did you hear? It sucks. I got to do a lot of stuff. Well, anyway, this PSU module, enough power for the motherboard. It's just fine. You waited too long to resub. Well, that sucks. Everything was going great. Nothing was over stressed. I didn't have enough cooling, and that's what throttled the CPU. I think. Hold on, I'm gonna cough. Oop. Oh, that was a cough streak. A Bridgewater. 21 months. Thank you for the 21 months. Yeah, we're doing resubs. Well, some people are doing resubs right now. God, I feel like my head's underwater. I must have like slept with my face down or something last night. Ugh. Okay. I just gotta wake up and get back into the swing of things here. I am home alone this week, so yeah, I added some emotes. I've been perusing BTTV. There were some I couldn't find, and I still need to add like a couple. Like there's one or two that's shorty animated that I want to add. Anyway, so I'm gonna have unique Keurig parts in my build, which is just a little bit. It's just a little bit frightening to have one of a kind parts in there. I don't want to rely on the Keurig Coffee Company in order to, you know, like if the tubes won't break, but if something happens, It'll be like, what do I do? But whatever, that gives the build a little bit of personality. It's called free cycling, right? I don't know. I'm doing my part to reduce e-waste. Octaj, thank you for the bits. Octaj is perturbed. Angry bits, go. Okay, so tested the CPU with the AIO, cools very well, undersized. It throttles, supposedly. I reach 70 degrees Celsius, utilization goes down. I don't know if that's prime 95. I don't know if that's the motherboard. I don't know who's doing that. Something did it, though. And it was pretty much directly correlated to the temperature. That's okay. Heavy CPU processes like rendering and stuff like that, I guess I'll be okay if it gets throttled. Maybe the graphics card and the processor are working so goddamn hard it'll get done those tasks before they become an issue. Question is whether or not it'll affect gaming. We'll see. In addition to the throttling, I went and tried to test 3D stuff. My Summer Car loads, plays just fine. Everything's great. My Summer Car. My Summer Car is like an N64 game, though. So I then went to load, which one did I do first? I tried to load Furmark, and as soon as I told Furmark that I wanted to get started, insta-boot, insta-reboot, instantly rebooted. So instantly that I'm like, I don't know if that's like, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. What's going on? So then got back into the computer. My Summer Car still works. I did Super Collider. Opened up Super Collider, and I hit test, run benchmark. It loaded, it loaded, it loaded. Some digital noises coming from this thing. It makes like weird scraping noises. And then as soon as it went to put 3D up on the monitor, reboot. Insta reboot. So we're gonna try that when the cables come, and we're gonna try to plug in new cables, and we'll get the 1.2 kilowatt power supply up and running on this thing, and we'll be able to actually test to see whether or not that happens again. And that's where we are with the build. It's getting a little crazy, but it'll get a little crazy. It'll take us a little bit of time to come up with a lot of the things that we need to do, and then it'll all come together in the end. Now, if I'm putting the AIO over here, I need to put the capacitor block over here. That's a bit of a problem, because this card needs open sides in order to breathe. And this thing is kind of blocking that. And also, heat's probably going to pool in this area just because the proximity. Now, there's a big heat sink right here, so that might be okay. I think it'll be okay. It's just, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like that layout. Can I do this without causing an avalanche? Yeah. Yeah, so the AIO is going to be taking up almost this entire structure right here. And so the only place that I have left to put the capacitor block is right next to the power supply. It is good in the sense that this cable will now be very short, which allows, I don't know, probably better inrush properties. I don't know if maybe the inrush of power is what's taking out the 12-volt modules. Like if everything suddenly starts using a shit ton of power, I'm not sure if these are kicking out. Maybe they need some capacitors on them or something. That's one of my concerns. But what we're going to do today, what I'd like to do today, we'll get as far as we can with it, we need to start a circuit board design. And so what I need to do, and unfortunately this means I'm going to have to do machining as well. Not looking forward to that. Yeah, isn't Sweden signing stuff to get into NATO today? I'm going to move all of this stuff over as far as I can and clear way for a third module. Each of these is 25 amps. So this would be, that's 12 times 25. 250 watts, 500 watts, and then 750 watts. So 3 modules, 750 watts of power, 2 30 amp connectors. The 30 amp connectors are going to be a little bit anemic for this build, but I think they'll be okay, because it very rarely should draw 30 amps. Very rarely, I hope. I really hope. What I'll be able to do is I'll be able to put the XT60 connectors at a right angle on the end of the board, and that way they will go through the board and be nice and strong, and then I'll be able to get a lot of solder around them, so they'll be able to be high current connections. Giant bus bars. I was debating whether or not I wanted to get brass tubes and use that, and just like 3D print little holders for brass tubes, so that I could have little brass tubes running around the whole thing. But then I thought, there's no way in hell I'm not gonna clip some kind of a lead on a component at one point in my life and have it fly away and find its way into the computer to hit the brass bars. Yeah, I could lacquer them, but that's too much. It's too much. It's too much. There's not enough room for me to do any fancy, weird wiring stuff anymore. The AIO is going to take up this entire spot right here. It's kind of unfortunate. This barely fits in. So there will be a little bit less showcasing in the new build, but it'll be cool. Well, not strictly cool. It'll be cool looking. There we go. And then if we have problems with this thing resetting on 3D applications, then we have a different problem, and we don't have to upgrade the power supply. Now, I only mention that now after explaining everything that I'm thinking, because my educated predictions here are that when I do plug in the 1200 watt power supply, all my 3D applications work perfectly, and everything's great. Oh, I also opened Fusion 360 on it, and I was pooping around with that. Works great. Everything works great. I've almost got my entire desktop restored. I just need to do a couple things with like Display Fusion to get it fully, fully back to the state that my computer used to be in. I got all my games on there and everything. So anyway, that needs to happen. I just need to test one more time. It's unlikely that this thing will poop out with the 1200 watt power supply. So in that vein, we need 750 watts. It's a little bit over the actual, numbers that if you calculate it very strictly, it's a little bit over the numbers, which is good. You always want that little bit of wiggle room in engineering, right? Apparently the 5950X doesn't thermal throttle until 90C. This got to 70 and then it immediately tapered off. Was the initial test that you run on Prime 95, is that timed? It's either Prime 95, a motherboard setting, or, because like, I don't know, I haven't been fully through the ringer with all the motherboard settings yet. We got the memory timing correct and everything, but okay, utilization would be the same. So that was something Prime 95 did then. Prime 95 decided to stop. And this thing was at 70. It was a steady state at 70. It was very barely climbing up. So I guess I can do full utilization for an extended amount of time. I did not expect the 5950X to take a single 120 millimeter fan AIO and be able to be cooled properly with it. Well, properly. Properly. We'll put big quotes around that. Big quotes. Make sure nobody can miss them. There's a self-test button on this thing. God damn, this thing is a chunk. Holy shit. All right, I'm putting this to the side. And we're basically waiting for Amazon today. So in the meantime, I need to put 3 modules on that power supply. I might have a module that survived the initial test phases, but no, stock clocks, Proteus. There's absolutely no way that I'm going to overclock this thing. This thing is not in any shape to overclock. I mean, look, the graphics card will get plenty of power when I redo everything. So yeah, maybe I could overclock that. Pretty much stock computer parts are well on their way to being at their maximum clocks these days. They run all kinds of tests on this stuff. The 5950X has an undersized AIO. In what possible scenario do you think I would want to overclock that? Plus, this is a moderately mission-critical computer. Moderately. My whole stream doesn't die if this computer dies. Like, I can't do game streams until I get this thing done. So, I don't want to overclock it. So, anyway, the AIO was a bit of a knee-jerk response to overheating. So, as a 120 or 140 AIO can cool it, but it's only TDP of 105 watts. Yeah, the 5950X is surprisingly few watts. I don't know, maybe AMD is responding to the fact that everybody was like, man, AMD run hot. But it's an undersized AIO. It works. The fans are a little strong. That's good though. And if I really want to, I could do a push-pull with slim Noctuas. Listen, guys, if I had my way, and there's no reason that I shouldn't have my way because this is my computer, but I don't want this to draw on for too long. If I had my way, what I'd be doing is redesigning this thing to have these two like this, like an engine block. I think that would be awesome, and one day we'll do that. But we'll have the V6 design with you know, a new top piece and all that. I'd have to be able to I need like a hood strut in order to open the computer up. But I've got all of the stuff that I would need to do that, right? So the front corner would be where the reservoir and the pump are. That takes up a little bit too much room in the current iteration of the design that I'm working on. I have a block for the processor. I have a block for the graphics card. What is it? 12,900K is pulling 250 watts. Holy shit. Yeah, no, I like that this is a little cooler. But yeah, I would love, you know, Octoj and I did calculations back in the day to see if this would be enough radiator to cool everything, and I think it is. We're kind of playing by the seat of our pants on that. Cooling calculations are not easy to do, but this would be cool to make like a little engine block looking computer, and I think that would be very cool and unique. We're gonna hold off on it for a little bit. We will get to that, but because I have all the parts, and it would be a glorious waste of money if I didn't do anything with them. But we don't really need to. I don't want to do that yet. I want to kind of just like get this thing up and running for a little while. But if I need to on the AIO, I don't know if I'd get more air or not. But I've got a couple of these 120 millimeter slim fans, so I could do a push-pull on this thing. I don't like push-pull, though. It's always so loud, just because it's two fans fighting each other's turbulence. It's a thought, though. In the meantime, I need a 750-watt power supply. Oh, yeah, the other thing about doing the big engine block thing is that I'd have to convert the power supply over to water cooling. So even my power supply would be water-cooled in that instance, which is a little mad. It's completely mad. All right, so starting off, I mean, we're going to be starting a new electronics project. I'm going to need to put down a bunch of different parts. We're going to need to gather data. So first thing is first. Oh yeah, here's the deal. So another thing about what we're doing today is that I don't have any of these files anymore. I used to have an extensive design for my power supply, but that was in 2013. There have been a couple data crashes since then. I had a file server go defunct, and so with that file server having crashed, I don't have any of these files anymore. It sucks. Yeah, we need to start working on Burn the Subs too. Thursday, sorry, I'm going in 5 directions at once. The plan is we work on the power supply today. Thursday, we work on the steering wheel and try to get that last signal in there. And if we stumble with the steering wheel, we can pivot to something else if we need to. And then Friday, I'm not sure what I want to do. We'll just play it by ear from here, and then figure out what we're doing. I'm going to try to get some of this stuff done. So like my priority project is this. Once we get the one piece of information from plugging in the 1200 watt power supply, I'll be able to figure out what the schedule is going to look like in the near future. But as far as I'm concerned right now, I am 100% in on the power supply project. I don't want to have all this wonderful hardware sitting around, and I'm not about to move this whole thing over to my desk with like a big power supply sticking out of it. I could, but yeah. So that's the plan. We're going to work on the steering wheel again. I have not forgotten about that. And Burn the Subs is looming. It's looming over us, and I need to get some work done with that. We need to play with 3D prints and MEK, methyl ethyl ketone, in order to try to melt them a little bit and make them watertight. I think that should be something we can do, but that's going to be a hell of a day. Maybe we'll do that on Friday. That sounds like a good Friday project when I burn down my entire shop, because it's mostly like wood and foam in here, and we will be dealing with horrible, horrible chemicals. Going back to painting. Oh, sweet, man. All right, boy. Have fun out there. My boy. Octojay's stateside for a little while. Crazy town. Dogs and cats living together. All right, GrabCAD. I immediately went to GrabCAD. I'm not sure if Vicor actually supplies Fire Safe Fridays. Yeah, I'm not sure if Vicor supplies a 3D model or not. I would like to get a 3D model of this, mainly for vanity purposes, but also because like I need to plan out where these standoffs are, and it would be nice to be able to get measurements for them. My milling machine, this DRO, currently doesn't work. We may need to troubleshoot that when we get to it. In addition to that, I am not going to be able to just order a normal circuit board for this. Not because of any engineering purposes, purely vanity. I want to try the Ocean Park After Dark service. So I can have these gorgeous looking circuit boards with these exposed traces. I think that would be very nice. DRO teardown. I've already done that. I installed a 5-volt adapter into the DRO so that my tablet could be powered, so I could see chat while milling. I've never used it. All right. So yeah, let's see. So I need. Why is this monitor like way over there? Okay, here. I see. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to be looking down. Part of upgrading the computer, by the way, is going from 3 screens on my main computer to 2. And that extra screen, I would love to have on the streaming setup so that when I look at the computer to do stuff, I don't do this. Because all my thumbnails are this. I'm like mumble talking to chat. How tall can we get this? Yeah, that's about the limit. That's about the limit right there, unless I move it further away. All right, anyway. VicorPower.com. So these are the modules that I use. They're pretty crazy things. They're used in like research a lot. Looks like they're getting into like electric cars and stuff like that. This is all the marketing wank. Look at the products. And they want you to use their little product search. But DC to DC. Let's see. Milcots. This is weird. Military, commercial, off the shelf. It's like you've just described every product in existence. This is every product in existence. I mean, I guess maybe you could say like industrial isn't commercial off the shelf, but basically it's military or commercial off the shelf is what you would be identifying stuff as. So it's like that's not even narrowing anything down. DC to DC converters, let's just go to their front end for that. Okay, it is actually a link. Isolated or not, I'm not really sure. Well, I mean, we can look up the part number. Definitely got that somewhere on this thing. Here, I've got it on the circuit board itself. Let me grab one of the extra power supply circuit boards from the drawer over here. And I put a part number next to it just so that I would definitely have that. Power supply has been functioning since 2013. Sad to see it go. Love to watch it leave. All right. Land survived? No, I didn't end up making it. Nope, didn't go. I didn't go. I was having glucose level issues that day as well. So I wasn't about to go, you know, party it up. So here's the previous version of the board, and those who have seen my Twitch page before will be familiar with this. Just a little meme that I put in the corner. Deal with it. Mainly this is a thumb in the asshole of Redditors who were telling me that this would never work. And I've been using this power supply since 2013. Full name is on this thing and all that other stuff. It says 600 watt. Technically, it's 600 watt. Even though these are two 25 amp modules, they can go over that a little bit. But we need to get the VIA locations and stuff like that from this, as well as the part numbers so that we can look up all of the information that we need. Now, I have saved off data sheets in my file folders. I had a file server crash, and that's when I lost to the Eagle design for this entire board. I am still angry about that, but we'll just move on from there. It's got an ATtiny85. Given the stuff that we know now about the ATtiny85, we will put another one in there, and I guess we're going to have to give it our own software in order to control the fans. The fans, I would like to change the way that they are done. Previously, I had the connector for the fan on the underside of the board. Now, the underside of the board is the high voltage side. So this is the side that's mostly dealing with 300 volt DC and then some of the intercommunication lines between the two modules. But under here, we have the high voltage X and Y capacitors. And those X and Y capacitors are designed to fail in such a way that they don't tank the entire board. This connector right here is the low voltage one. The power factor on these is like the maximum. It's like the most, these are like extremely efficient power converters. They're incredible. You'll have to look that up. You'll have to look that up. Or maybe we'll run into it in the data sheets, but I've done calculations and this thing is like, would be like super duper energy certified. Because when the load requirements drop, this thing will change its switching frequencies in order to save energy. Anyway, that's the fan connector. So instead of that, what I would love to have for the fan connector is just a trough in the middle of the board. Just a trough, and that way, when I fish the connector through, I can fish it up, and then I can actually plug it in properly. In addition to that, there are two Dallas Semiconductor one-wire temperature probes on this, and they're attached to these two modules so that they get an overall sense of the heat on this board. I don't know if we should go up to 3. Probably, maybe we should. Maybe we should. I don't know how much hotter the power supply is going to be with 3 modules on it. I really hope that this heatsink will be very much overkill, because the overkill is purposely intended to basically preserve the longevity of the power supply itself. So anyway, we got to get started. I'm going to need XT30s. I'm going to need the modules. I'm going to need Panasonic weird giant capacitors, because you have to use giant capacitors here when the capacitor brick is a certain distance away, which it might not be anymore, but we should still do it anyway. We should still use the big film caps, because I don't know whether, what distance, I don't know what the future brings, This is unfortunately extremely restrictive to the airflow of this right here. It can still vent out this way though. There's still some room here. There will just be a very narrow corridor and then the AIO. So presumably all the heat flowing out this way, and with this window right here, this fan is almost doing nothing. And then I put the switches all the way over here because the AIO blocks frickin' everything. It's huge. All right, so let's get down to brass tacks. We got to start gathering information. So the module that I'm looking for, and I'll just look up a data sheet for this, is V300B1 12C250. That's all the specs, are basically the part number. Vicor V300, oh boy, 500BL. Sorry, V300. Yeah, I got that right. V300B1 2 B12, that's the voltage. How many liters is the case? Oh, God. It's such a weird question that I have to answer it now. Bananas only. No. You can get an exact number as soon as it loads. Herc. Everything's slow. You can do it. You can do it, GTX 970. Come on, buddy. There we go. Why does it keeps saying components are out of date? I haven't really done anything. Update the external references. I don't care. Oh, why? Oh, God. Where are the sketches? Sketches. I left a sketch visible on one of the parts, and now I can't unvisible it. I mean, I can. It's just a kind of a beast to get to. And then this is the alignment of this part's off. All right, let's get rid of the top thing, and then I'll just clean that up a little bit. And then if I go and what do I want to do here? I mean, I could just create like a box. I guess it'll be off by a little bit. From there. Why is that colliding? Must have messed up the bottom plate a little bit. Oh, is that not? Maybe I don't know how to use that tool. Hold on. Maybe I don't know how to use the box tool. I mean, I could just calculate it. We could just do, so the numbers you're looking for are 362, 300, and 47. So 362 times 300 times 47. I don't even know what this number correlates to. That's cubic millimeters. So yeah, 5.1. 50.1? 51. So yeah, 51 liters, I guess. I don't know. No, 51 cubic millimeters. How many liters does that? Cubic millimeter to liter. Cubic centimeter. Hold on. It'll be a millimeter, centimeter, 5.1 meter. That's a cubic meter. Am I right? 5,100 liters. Yeah, that's exactly it. Well, how we get like 5 billion for our other number? Because 310 times 362, and then the height is 47. I'll just do it in here. $5,207. See, I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. All the numbers are all over the place. Who cares? You guys can play with the numbers. You know them now. There you go. 310 by 362 by 47. 310, 362, 47. 47's a weird number. I think I just came up with that just because the height of the components going in. Well, I'm not exactly, metric is supposed to make it easy, but I'm not exactly making it easy on my own here either. So we're going to have to start up a new project, and I don't know if I'll be able to find Eagle parts for the Vicor modules. I am insistent on any part that I add into Eagle nowadays being a three-dimensional model. I would like to associate the footprint with a model and have the module actually mounted underneath the circuit board as is intended. Vicor modules are interesting. They kind of let you not have to worry about the brass tacks of power supply design. They simplify things very much. For somebody like me who doesn't feel like venturing into a multi-year project where I become an expert on efficient power designs and programming that and doing all that stuff, all I need to do is plop down a couple modules, make sure they've got all their appropriate safety capacitors, and then worry about trace sizes. And then bada bing, suddenly you got a 1,000-watt power supply. Well, in our case, it's going to be 750 just because of room. So 5.27 liters. I can believe it. Power supply designs like RF, it's more about physics. Yeah. So I don't want to have to worry about that. I have an application and I need to get that application rolling. So that's basically it. Unfortunately, these power supply modules are $250 each. It would be nice if one of the ones that I have kicking around here still works, but I don't know how to test them. I don't know how to test them. I mean, we could just go forward with the PCB design. I can order PCBs, get all that stuff in here, and we plug them all in and see if it works. But I don't wanna tank all of my other modules. I may need a new input module for the whole system too. The input module that takes 120 volts in will probably need to be able to handle a kilowatt of ants. What the hell? I held down a button. It'll probably need to be able to take a kilowatt. So I may need to get a new one of those. And I think that was $150. Let's look up, you know what, VI ARM application note. Yes, sure, here it is, the VI ARM. Look at my arm. It's got a lot of veins on it. It's a VI ARM. The VI ARM and then the VI, there's like a filter module that's double wide. I'm not doing the filter module. I've got a filter on the input power plug. So I won't be doing the filter module. The one that I have is the VI ARM, and I think it's the less wattage one. So the one that I have does 300 volt output as well. Now there is an application note that suggests a circuit. Here it is. This is one of the application notes that I followed. So here's how you design for this thing. It's one page, and it's everything you need to know in order to run this module properly. KSS Analog on YouTube. He designs power supplies professionally. Holy shit. Well, that would be fun, but I don't have the bandwidth. So what you're supposed to do here is you've got your neutral and your load coming in. And you've, of course, got an earth as well connected to the body of everything. That goes into the VI ARM module. The VI ARM module is responsible for creating 300 volts DC. That BOK is like an output OK. There's an enable pin in case you really want to get spicy with it. Yeah, 96 to 98% efficiency. These things are good. Like, I have been much to the chagrin of anyone that thinks they know how computers work, right? These people who think they know computers because they've put together Legos their entire life don't realize how much the fucking bean counters have gotten into power supply design. Power supply is one of the most important parts of your computer. And it just blows people's minds that I have decided to build my own power supply. But like, these aren't created by bean counters. These are created with a singular purpose of providing extraordinarily efficient and clean power, right? Now I modified these because I'm a psycho. I cut off the wings and I'm opting to hold them down with pegs. I really should have gotten the version of these that actually have threaded holes coming in from the bottom, and that way I could have put screws on the other side. Whatever, we're just going to continue on like this, but like my circuit board's a little distorted because it's pushing down on the modules. But so 96 to 98% efficiency, and they're capable of running very warm. This heat sink can be uncomfortable to touch, and these things are still trucking. They're still happy with what they're doing. We're adding another module to it though, which is going to be quite a bit of heat going into this thing. So I'm tired today, chat. That's why I'm like meandering on all these points. And I'm also now looking forward to putting together the circuit board. I've got fast blow high voltage surface mount fuses on this thing too. The thing about these fuses is I'm like really disappointed in these fucking fuses. When you go to remove these, they will break the trace off of the circuit board. What's the point? What's the point? I tried to keep all the high voltage sandwiched between the modules and the circuit board, and I tried to generally keep low voltage on this side of the board, but the pegs that take the power in and out, those are still on the outside. So you got to be real careful not to brush up against this and get a 300 volt DC surprise. It's not fun. That's why the computer needs to have all of the cages around it. But this is the design. I mean, it takes all that house current in here, filters it very cleanly, and turns it into 300 volts DC and heat. And then it goes through a series of capacitors, which, by the way, this system right here, this MOV, these are bleed-off resistors. These are MOVs. And those exist in a block that is remote. Did I put them on the... Well, actually, they are on... I've got them in both places, I think. Or maybe not. Maybe I just have the bleed resistors over on the capacitors. These bleed resistors are there so that when you turn off the power supply, you don't get a fun surprise from the giant capacitors that you've charged. So anyway, this is the capacitor block right here. It's this stuff. And it's remote, so we have to add C7 and C8, which is dictated down here. It just says... required if C1 and C2 are located more than 6 inches from the output of the VI arm. So this is a greater than 6-inch cable. So that's, I mean, these giant capacitors are required. They have to be somewhere. Now this might put it below 6 inches, but I'm still going to put the capacitors in there just in case in the future I want to, you know, design a power supply that'll have them that far away. Now I guess I could put them directly on the circuit board. We'll have to investigate that. We might actually save a little bit if we're able to put the big capacitors directly on this board. Maybe I'll keep the power plug and then I'll see if I can't put the 2 big capacitors right here. Do I still have those kicking around? Hold on, let me see if I can find the capacitors that I have for that. They're big nasty little bastards, and they've been around the shop for ages and ages because I bought like 12 of them back in the day. They might be in this bin over here. Hold on, let me go look over here for a second. We got to get all the toys out and figure out the sizing and the layout and stuff like that. But we might actually, if I can put these on the board, that would definitely save us a little bit. What's in here? They were in like the bottom of a weird bin that has like miscellaneous stuff in it that's totally unrelated to electronics. It's like my old glasses cases and stuff, and then some high power capacitors just at the bottom of the bin. Oh, there's a radio. What is this cup? Simple shot glass. 1 full shot once a week. Warm water. Oh, it's like an orchid thing. All right. What is that doing in this bin? Ah, here's one. I was right. They were in this bin. Why are they in this fucking bin? All this weird shit. My old glasses, actual glasses pieces. All right, here's one. See if I can find another one in here. I'm also afraid that with 750 watts, we might need even bigger capacitors. Maybe we'll just undersize the capacitors and not tell anybody about it. It depends on your inrush requirements, too. And I'm afraid this might require different... There's so much stuff in this bin that I can't get down to the bottom where the capacitors are. Why are they even in here? Like jettisoning stuff out of the back of the bin. Come on, baby. Just one more. Damn it. I don't know if there is any. Yeah, I think I have one of them. All right, I'll have to find another one later. So here's one for an example of the size of this thing that I got to put into this. Clipper, hey, thank you for the 14 months. No, it's not dead. It just, as soon as I run a sizable 3D application, the whole computer just restarts, like instantly. So I repaired an industrial label gluing machine that had its MOV shorted across the AC line. Not that the whole thing would have been toast. Yeah, they're important. These safety things are important. Clipper, thank you so much for the 14 months. I appreciate that very greatly. Yeah, so the power supply was not large enough. Or that's the theory. That's the running theory. I have a set of cables out for delivery right now. So as soon as those get here, we'll be able to run the test to see whether or not the 1.2 kilowatt power supply that my friend gave me will work for this computer. And that way we can put a pin in that, and we can say, yeah, there's not enough power to do with like a full 3D application. I can do my summer car just fine with it as it is right now. So with a 500 watt power supply plugged in, everything works and is stable in desktop. And then as soon as I try to, and I can play like Vampire Survivors and like low tier 3D applications. When I try to run Super Collider or Furmark, it just pop, reset. So my running theory, 95% certainty on this one, is that the power supply's not enough. And I wanted to put that down to empirical evidence, right? There was a chance that we would have been able to run this with a 500 watt power supply, 500 plus watt power supply. But no, we ran into the wall. But that's what we do here. We run into walls a lot. So much so that my brain sometimes hurts. And here's what we're up against in order to basically vet out, well, this is what we're up against in order to design the power supply. So 5800 3D died within 5 minutes of installing. Wait, what? Did you just get a 5800? That sucks. It's like an instant, like with Super Collider, I was able to, it would load, and then once it loaded, it went to full screen, and it just went, boop, dead immediately. So, oh well, bought it 2 weeks ago. It sucks, man. Manufacturer defects. Ugh. So anyway, we'll put it to the test today once the cables get here. I am like full Mulletsville. I gotta get a haircut. I gotta call tomorrow and see if they've got any openings. Okay. Oh, that's right. That's what D3, I think, and D4. No, those are other purposes. Yeah, anyway, this is the design. This is all it is. This is all I need to follow, is basically this, and then I can put another module down here. On the DC side, there are a couple things that need to go in there, but what we'll end up doing is putting in a current monitor with sense resistors, output pins for that current monitor, so I'll have a square header that I can just plug into in order to have a display running on that current monitor. I don't think we need to put the current monitor to the fans. It would be cool to do. When I posted about that on Reddit, they encouraged me to just go with heat. So if there's heat there, turn the fans up. If there's not, don't. Make it a very simple control system where it just punches a number up and down that has an upper and a lower limit, so that if temperatures are a certain amount above, they're basically, if they're above a number, it'll start ticking up the number, and if they're below the number, it'll start ticking down the number, and then you tune that just live. You just tune it in order to make sure that the fans are going up and down appropriately and keeping your temperatures as reasonable as they can possibly provide. I'm a little concerned about that, but I have 6 40mm fans on this, and Vicor has often displayed their kilowatt power modules without any fans on it. It's just heat sinks, and they're designed to like run in the desert. So I followed the bother method of waiting till after the return window had expired and have a go directly with AMD. Ugh, that's bad. Yeah, I got lucky. This is a 6900. I got lucky in that all my hardware was good so far. I mean, 90%, right? A current, no, just don't rock the boat. Like a current monitor, it just has a low value sense resistor that you monitor both sides of, and then it'll give you an analog output. That's all I'm gonna do. That's all it's really required here. I'm gonna put that current monitor on there because I want that feature. There's plenty of room on the board for us to put that on there. And then it's gonna directly have XT30s on it at a 90-degree angle. And the purpose behind that is just strength. I've had a lot of trouble with connectors on this thing, melting. I had melted connectors. I think I still have the melted connectors in my bins, but yeah, I put Molex connectors on this. I said, oh, why not? It'll be fine. It was not fine. It was not fine. It was not fine. I took the computer apart one day and took a look, and there's a little bit of melted plastic and a little bit of scorching. Whoops. So, but the XT30s are gold banana plugs with shrouds around them. They're perfect. They're perfect for this application. So I'm able to use those and big silicon wires, and that handles all the current nicely. They heat up. They actually heat up, but they don't get hot. So you can see them on the thermal camera. It's very concerning. I don't know if that happens in a computer normally. So this is the circuit that we follow. So we know all the requirements. We need to get everything into software. I don't think the VI ARM, well, we can check on their website somewhere. Where they changed their website and I have no idea how to fucking find their stuff anymore. I don't want your press things. Yeah, Vicor kind of popped off, man. They're doing real well, aren't they? Look at these new modules. Oh, I want the new stuff. I want the new stuff. Look at that. Look at that. What is that? Oh, I want it. I want it. I want it. I want it. I could probably make this whole build so much smaller with this stuff. No, we're down here. We're down here in Suckyville with our sucky products instead of these. Look at these beautiful modules. They're beautiful. I want them. I'm gonna look at them anyway. It would be like $1,000 for me to even consider using these things. Look at how slim they are, though. They're like all metal. Oh god, they're so good. DCM chip, isolated, regulated DC-DC, operating from unregulated wide range input to generate an isolated output. So this is like this is them running into like electrical car shit, right? Switching ZVS topology, constantly deliver high efficiency across their specified input range. Modular DCM converters used independently with downstream point of load. Paul. Products support efficient power distribution. Blah 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 blah. Well, that'd be neat, but these aren't exactly input modules, but boop, yoink yoink yoink. I think I have a couple of these sub 60 watt. I need like 15 of them. Factorized. You're factorized. Anyway, we're looking at these right here. These things have been around for a while. Just accept cookies. Just get out of my face. So, these are... There's no pictures on this website. 3D models! Hey! All right. Oh, this is good. Yes. Good. Yes. Yes. That's what I'm looking for. All right, let's see. So what do we have? Oh my God. What's up, Mahalo? All right, let's see. So there's different sizes. Quarter brick, half brick, full brick. Well, that brick had a grenade. You should probably lay low for a little while. I think he killed a guy. So quarter, half, and full brick. The full brick, I believe, is this big-ass mofo right here. Half brick is right here. That's what I have. And then quarter brick is the one that is the input module. So we need to find the ones with these tabs, because there are ones with like screw terminals and stuff like that. We need to find the ones with the tabs, and I believe the wings, I mean, we can put that on the 3D model. We'll just have to ignore it. Clipping stuff. Because I machined off the wings like an idiot. I think you probably can buy modules that have screw terminals on the other side. Yeah, no brick. Double brick. Okay, so we're looking at quarter brick, 150, 300. We don't need the exact module, but it's helpful. Or no, that's the ARM input module. So where's that? $300. No, not input 300. It would be input of, well, the output is 12, the input's 300 if we want the quarter brick that we got. So input is 300, output is 12. And these are the modules. Quarter brick, 75 watts. Ours are 250 watt. The full brick, you can get 500, and that would actually simplify our design quite a bit if we did like a quarter and a full, but I'm not going to buy that. Pre-bricked electronics, yeah. Unless you're doing something different than I understood, you might be better off with the AC/DC section of their site. That's where I'm going to find the quarter brick, yeah. But right now, we're looking for the 3D model of this specific part, which would be this one right here. So 300, 180, 375. Is that the part number that I looked up before? Man, I am tired. Sorry, I don't mean to harp on that, but like, goddamn. 300 B12 C250. 12, 250, 300. I guess that's it. That's the one. Be nice if I could buy one new. I would like to try the one that I have that looks like it's in good shape. And also, I'd love to get these modules on the milling machine and really clean up the terrible milling that I did on them back in the day. Oh, well, they're not in stock at DigiKey, but it's $295. Ah! I don't want to spend that. Well, I think I have one sitting around, so. These didn't used to be $295 fucking dollars. I had a good job when I built this thing originally. Quantity 100. Oh, thanks for $186 each. Yeah, I love that. Here's $1 million. Fucking hell. All right. Different product grades. So the one that I have is C. So negative 20 Celsius to 100 degrees Celsius. That's pretty reasonable. They all go up to 100. It just depends on how cold you want it to be able to handle. Pin style. Modumate? Let's look at the data sheet and figure out what the hell's going on mechanically on this thing. So I'm very familiar with these data sheets. I've worked with these things quite a bit. And I actually, for those of you that don't know, the story behind why I know about Vicor and why I insist on them in this design, because they're so hardcore, is that I had a device end up on my desk when I was doing the IED job. And, you know, being that IEDs are pretty chaotic, you get all kinds of different stuff. When they're sifting through the wreckage, they'll find all kinds of different electronics and stuff and send them out. And so they end up at the desks of the experts with a bunch of people going, what is this? Like, why does this thing look so advanced? That's where this comes in. So I was looking through these data sheets, and in one of the data sheets, they actually have a picture of the module without all of the potting material and the stuff around it. Not this one. It was for like one of the larger power modules. But the design was very clear. All the different design cues of one of these naked modules. I have one that I pulled apart. This is the input module pulled apart. I told you guys I've been through a couple iterations of the design originally. I have basically an entire power supply that I exploded. That MOSFET right there blew up. So this is the input power module. This is what takes 120 volts in, and then on the output, it makes 300 volts DC. So under what stress program did this fail? Nothing failed. I mean, that sounds too. I guess it did. It was Fermark and Super Collider. But yeah, this is the input power module. This is what's taking 120 volts, turning it into 300 volt DC. Now this is the less. This doesn't look as cool as the other one. Let me see if I can grab the other one. If I'm going to be sitting here, you know, jacking off Vicor the whole time, I might as well have an example of their technology to show you guys. Here it is. All of my. Hey, these are not the right ones. This is an accidental order from a long time ago. I have some of these modules, but I can't use them. Womp womp. What are the outputs on these things? Yeah, these are like the lower power factor modules. And then I got a couple of them off of eBay. These are the older ones, but these are also the wrong thing. No, somewhere I have a bin full of the newer stuff. Look for that. And I have an example of one of the newer ones that's sort of unpotted because it blew up. I was working on it and I drilled a hole through it by accident. Don't ask. Can't find it. Hold on. It's over here. Sift through all these bins in order to see which one has the Vicor power modules in it. I don't remember. Nope. 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 That's vacuum tubes and making a bit of a crunchy noise too. I'm not happy about that. I think maybe it broke a vacuum tube. Those are supposed to be there in case my audio ones fail. Oh God, I gotta go through all this stuff and like organize it because it's in a pretty sorry state after 5 years of streaming. Because you know, you don't want to sit here and meticulously catalog things and you have people waiting for something to happen on the screen. I do not know where all the old modules went. That's not good. I might have to order a new one. Not looking forward to that. That's expensive. But I pooped in my bed. I have to make it and sleep in it, I guess. Unless I can figure out where that other module went. What did I do with those? They were like a nice example. I've got that one sitting there, but I had others. In here? Oh yeah, I have a whole mega squirt sitting in here. Nope. 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 What the hell is in this bin? I don't even know. There's nothing in there. All right. I can't find them right now. Oh, unless they're in here. Wait a minute. This drawer. Oh God, I'm gonna cause an avalanche. Hold on. I got stuff coming out of my ears. No, that's all old circuit boards. I don't think there's any modules in here. Modules! Alright, yeah, not in there. I have a drawer full of old circuit boards from projects. Where would I have put that? No, I don't remember. What would I do with weird specialized power supply modules? They would usually end up in a bin or a drawer, but this is a long time ago, so where could they have gone? Well, I'll have to uncover that later. Anyway. Yeah, we got a basic scheme here. There's even power sensing that we could utilize, but I don't think I will. Basically, we'll put that over to the XT60 connectors instead of sending them all the way down the line to wherever the load is. That is something that is implemented in the spec for PCIe power. And it's also in MOBO power as well to make sure that your 12-volt rails stay at 12 volts. I don't know how necessary it's going to be in our system. I don't think that's what's tanking the computer currently. I think maybe it just overdraws and protection kicks in. But I didn't see like a flicker in the power LEDs for the power supply module. I'm wondering, so the back of my mind, I'm wondering if it could be an inrush scenario where I need big capacitors in order to factor in the sudden inrush, and then maybe it would be able to provide enough power to run the 3D application, but I guess this is a necessary step anyway. Quick rundown of your system. 5950X, 105, 190 watt boost. Yeah, I disabled boost, so don't factor in boost. I'm not doing that. Boost is not a thing with this system. 100, 220, 280 watt boost, motherboard RAM 60, blah, 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 blah. 550 watts, 70% rule. Who made what 70% rule? No, 70%? That's a huge percent rule. That's a real estate rule, which helps home flippers determine the maximum price they should pay for an investment property. What do you want? Almost an entire... Hold on. Yeah, but this isn't typical PSUs here. We're not... Again, this is what I was talking about earlier with people who build computers. We're getting away from that. This isn't computers. This is hardcore military industrial power supply modules. Boo-doo-doo. Why am I beeping? What do you want? Beepus. I need a little bit more insulin. All right. So we do want long pin style, because the long pin style keeps us from having to do a cutout in the circuit board. We want long pin style. That's what I was looking at the data sheet to get earlier. I don't know what happened to the extra modules that I have. I don't know where they went. That's kind of an important thing that I need to find in the next day or so. I would very much like to find what happened to all of my Vicor modules. I found the bin that has the old ones in it, but where's the one that has the new ones? Because I know I have them around. Almost had a fire on the bench testing an old laptop. What are you doing? Were you mucking around in the battery? All right, so yeah, I mean, I have my regrets on what I did for this project. I had to cut these wings off of the aluminum plating, which means I had to put the stress on the circuit board in order to push the modules down, which is unfortunate. Yeah, if you want to run numbers on the old system, actually, I don't remember what the processor was on the old system. Never mind. Never mind. I don't remember my old specs. Yeah, all the faults and stuff are there. We don't need to worry about all these features here. I already know the design that I'm going to do, and it's essentially what's exactly in the app note. This guy right here, 7400. That was only 65 watts, and a 1080 FTW. Ugh. Cool, yeah. Not even listed. Thanks, EVGA. My card doesn't exist according to them. 200 watt? Yeah, so 265. Is it really that much? We're pushing it a little bit here. I have confidence in this power supply. The hub hold-up box. So yeah, the capacitor that I got, part of the hold-up box, it's this thing right here. If I opt out of having this, you know, radiator-looking motherfucker sitting on this thing, I could just do... Oh man, they barely fit. they barely clearance. How the hell is this really what's in here? Yeah. All right, so volume-wise, I'm really not saving anything. I mean, it's a slightly smaller footprint, but it would be hard for me to place it with these modules underneath. Jeez. Holy cap, yeah, I know. It's so, like, God, it's prohibitively large. I don't know if you can put, like, multiple smaller caps on it effectively. It's probably not a good idea, but 5950X is running at 140 watts at 7%. The system here can run, this power supply can run the 5950X. It's totally fine with that. Lots of little ones should be okay. But then if they fail, they cascade fail. And we'll have to figure that one out when I get to it. We got all the rest of the design down. We'll look at that. Well, they're hold-up capacitors, and they're there for transients and surges and stuff. Yeah, they're here in the 300-volt line. So if I put a crap ton of 300-volt capacitors on this thing, oh my god. The total capacitance has to be, I mean, 900 UF would probably be nice. Or what am I running? I'm running 1500 UF. So if I run, yeah, I'm like somewhere in between these two, the top ones, just to make sure that everything is nice and clean on the outside of this thing, because I'm not running any filtration on the 12 volts that comes out of these modules, because it's really nice. It doesn't need it, but yeah, the second box that stacks on top of this one is all capacitors. Actually, I was kind of thinking, like, could the 500 watt power supply function properly if I put one of those, the industrial thing that we saw the other day, which was that 24 volt input current boost. If you need like a millisecond of 40 amps, it can do that. That thing is like all the way over there in the bins, and I was like, I wonder. It really bugs me when I can't find something in the shop, and the thing that I can't find right now is my old Vicor modules, the ones that are possibly good. That's really bugging me. I gotta let it go because we have a lot of stuff to do today. Need one of those for my Pi PC. It reboots when the amp turns on. I wonder, you could just stick capacitors on the input line, right? The 8-pin PCIe power, are they on separate rails? No. No. Everything is on the same 12 volt rail on this system. I don't really feel the need to isolate any of this stuff because these things coordinate their power specifications. I mean, I could... I guess you could isolate... But if... Okay, so you could do 2 of them. It's not really going to work. I need 4 modules in order to do separate rails for everyone. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do 3 modules, 750 watts. Everybody shares 12 volts. My previous setup was that, and it was fine. So I'm going to keep doing it like this, and if I fail, I fail. It'll be a big lesson, but I don't know. Stop backseating my designs. Sheesh. We're not doing all this stuff. I have a module that does that. All that filtration. I just have a power input thing that does that for you. And all the information you need is in these Vicor data sheets if you want to read along. But anyway, I have been through this thing a billion times, this data sheet. I practically have it etched into my brain. We need to design this. We need to find 3D designs for all of our stuff. I just discovered... hold on. Leave that up. That we have the long pin version of the modules. So this is the 300 volt to 12 volt module with the long pins. That's the 3D model that we need to get. All right. Try to keep my head on straight. Onboard long pin style. All right. Heat sinks, input inductor, capacitors. Where are my 3D models? Did I scroll past them? Don't tell me you don't have any 3D models for this thing. I saw them. You're lying to me. App note, user manual, EV board, safety, tools, mechanical drawings, 3D models. Oh boy. Let's see. Mini, maxi, micro. So I guess we're mini. Like this is like a large venti and like super venti or whatever, with coffee shops where they move the whole size grading over one. They're like, let's not call it medium. Let's call it mini, and then we'll call the other one micro. All right, so mini, long, gold pin. I think it's gold pin. Threaded base plate. I really wish I had gotten these. That'd be many, many hundreds of dollars if I were to try to convert this thing over to threaded bases. Kills me. Kills me. Now wait, base plate. Are we talking about the same thing? Yeah, base plate. So threaded, slotted. Which one do we have? Let's look at the base plates. Okay, or we scroll up. What are the different base plates then? .600 series aluminum. What do we got? It's it doesn't really say. 4x, one in each corner for accessories. Through drill, tap through. Yeah, threaded base plate. Oh, okay, so the threaded base plate would not, it didn't pull the thread holes inboard. That's the thing, is to make this power supply work, I had to machine off the wings of a $300 module. Actually, it was like $250 back in the day. This is like 2011, 2012 that I was doing this. But yeah, I had to put these into a drill press that had been modified with an X and Y table, and then I cut across the thing. I could clean that up quite a bit now on the things that I have. Quite a bit. There's a lot of kind of apprentice-y marks on these. I guess they're okay, but anyway. So I cut off the wings because I'm dumb. So anyway, this is what? Slotted? Through hole. That's not the right term. That's not, I don't know, whatever. So through hole base plate. It's like in movie theaters, yeah. All of a small, that's the size of your head. Long pin, slotted, threaded, through hole. What is slotted? So let's get the step file. Sweet, and it directly downloads. I don't have to sign up for an account. Thank God. You know, these places really need to, what is modumate? Places need to function like this. You know, like if you're trying to sell a product, I don't want to sign up for an account. I don't think you need my details. I want the details of your product. You should have fewer restrictions between me, the consumer, and the information on your product. And so having all these fucking logins and stuff, like, oh, we know exactly who's downloaded all of our... Nah, don't do that. All right, so we need well, it's not maxi, is it? We need micro. Hold on. Damn it. So my cough has gone away, except that it's back because it's so warm. I don't know why this is happening. Also probably because of the way I slept last night. And so the cough, there's no, it's literally just like a switch in my brain. There's no other external indication that I should be coughing, right? Aside from maybe phlegm in the back of my throat or something, because it's like my brain just goes, you cough now. And so I cough, and then I'm like, all right, I'm done coughing, and then I unmute, and then I'll inevitably cough again. There's like a follow-up. I don't know what the hell, I don't know what that is. Yeah, I think everybody has this cough, don't they? I think something went around. That's not how business works. Data is everything. I don't know. Too many bongs. No. No. Short gold pin. We want through hole, but we want long. We want through hole, long, micro, gold. Oh, God. Okay, mini. This is a bad way to organize your data. This is bad. Slotted. Nope, I want through hole. Mini, long, gold, through hole. There we go. Step file. All right. Fusion 360. Let's get out of the abysmal volume calculations that we did. This is going to garner its own folder. And I don't know if I need to put this in admin project or not. I guess it is still computer, but I have power supplies, but I need a new folder. So Vicor PSU, we'll call it. So the Vicor power supply unit. Where did my folder go? It's all the way down here. Here we go, chat. Here we go. I'll just start up a new one there and close that to unburden the application. Hit upload. Once it decides to start working again. Upload. Go to my downloads. Why? What do you mean, did I just fart? Need to move this over. There we go. Those in. Hit upload. I think they engineer in a little delay in this process because it's so clunky. It like uploads and then it puts it in your folder and then you got to wait for it to like populate. Like this takes a long time, and I think maybe it needs like a review. Somebody needs to go through and reprogram this a little bit. Well, that was a little faster than normal. Hey, and they got the right colors for everything too. That's always a bonus. Oh, I see. Through hole. I want slotted. These are the wrong thing. Oh my god. Oh my god. I mean, I could just use these. It's fine. And maybe I should. Nah, let's get the right ones. Let's get the slotted ones. Because we can. Because we can, and we must. It is our destiny. So we want slotted. Mini, gold, long pin, slotted. Step file, go. Micro. Micro, long, through hole. Micro, long, through hole. Micro, long, slotted. Step. There we go. Yeah, none of the other base plates would have worked, I think, because I just that height requirement. If I had been forced to work with them, with the slotted, you know, actually using the slots, I probably would have made this a taller computer, and then I probably wouldn't be running into as many problems as I'm running into right now with that little bit of extra space. Oh well, this is pretty much like as compact as it can get, huh? All right, two new step files. Go back here, upload again, grab the two new ones. Pop, hello? Pop them in. Wait, these are the 6R1, hold on. They're all just about the same part number. 6R1, 7R1, 372, blah, 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 blah. These are like the same part numbers. What the? Hold on. Oh, the files are smaller, slightly. Which ones did I put in here? 372, 6R1. Oh, did I put the same one in twice? How's there not like a 1 designation after it? Oh. BLP, BGP, BF3P. Yeah, okay, that's where it is. That's where the difference is. That would be these two, BGP and BLP. Oops, wrong spot. So we'll just put them in there. Yeah. Step file, no. I'm stuck in the software. All right. So now I got the right modules. We just need to associate these 3D designs with a schematic part, basically. Now, I could probably go and find it somewhere on one of these parts sites. Probably has Vicor modules. I'm getting a phone call. Hold on. Hello? The Omnipod 5s will not be available until the 23rd, which isn't all that far away anyway, so I'm just gonna allow it to be late. I've been waiting long enough for these fucking insulin pumps, man. It's been a process. All right, someone's trapped in a bank vault and we need your information. No, it's more like your car is under risk. Oh my God. Did you know the word warranty can strike the fear in boomers? The fear of God in boomers. And they instantly start forking out money. All right, so here are the modules. Nice to be able to have a nice 3D model. They said gold pin. They did not put gold on the pins. I'm going to register a complaint with these people. Now, this is fine. This is all we need. And it's even got a little bit of coloration on it to tell us exactly what we've put together. Hold on. I'm gonna hawk up a little like kiwi-sized organ. All right, so cool. We got the modules in here. The next step is getting a schematic part that is going to represent the Vicor module, and I could draw my own and put my own pins on it, which is, I think, probably what I should just do. Because then I can just make a box that has the ins and the outs on it. I could try to find somewhere in the electronosphere a full schematic thing of it, but then it's going to be in somebody else's style. It might not line up correctly with stuff. We need to make like a PCB part for this thing. Oh boy, this is going to be a whole thing. Every time I do this, it's like pulling teeth, and I just hate doing it. So unless they've redesigned the import methods of AutoCAD, this is going to be like pulling teeth. So where do we start with this? I mean, we can start with an electronics design, and we can put the schematic together, at least initially. And then from there, I guess I branch out and create the part. So Vicor PSU, I've got these 3D models. Technically, these should probably go in with the other electronics parts in my admin folder, but I suppose we'll just start in this folder, and if I need to move stuff, that again is like pulling teeth, but I can just, roll from there. So we're going to a new file. So new electronics design. And here's our new electronics design. So we create a schematic, and then we create a PCB from that, and then we create a three-dimensional PCB from that. So first we start with the schematic. We got to start with the boring stuff. And because this is Eagle, it apparently decides to utilize every single iota of free space that you have available to you in the program in order to have weird pop-up windows. And so my design is the size of a goddamn postage stamp. Basically, we can just collapse this stuff. We don't really need to see all that right now. Especially the whole Sheets menu is in the way. Like, I really wish the Sheets menu could just be a couple tabs or something, and then I could expand it. I don't know. Oh, there we go. Well, that'll do. All right. Now we actually have an interface. And I don't know why this doesn't start up every time, but it doesn't start up every time. So I'm going to start off with placing a component. Which one is, what is that, a block? That ain't no, that is place component, huh? It did not even open up a menu. Unless this is what we're looking at here. What the hell? Oh, that's Design Manager. Place component. I guess they have changed stuff, huh? So here's all my libraries. Oh my god. Ugh. I don't know if they've improved on stuff. Oh god. This is a trip. I don't know. One of these is going to be the one with all the three-dimensional stuff in it, and the other one doesn't. Oh god, and the program's like slow. I don't think this is my computer doing this. Oh, I see. So this isn't organized by... This is just all the components. Oh, Lord. Yeah, I gotta get used to Eagle again. I kind of threw myself into the deep end on this one. I mean, we already have the 3D design. It's just we need to do all the other parts of this, and so we got to get under the layers of the onion here and start getting down into the nitty-gritty. I haven't tuned anything in this to properly. For instance, yeah, there's filters, but it's like I want to undo the libraries that I'm not using. It's like they changed the library manager. Look at that. Well, it's got a big, beautiful interface now, huh? Uh-oh. Whoa. What the hell? What did it... Wait, what did it just do? I didn't even click anything, and it's just going psycho. Local disk has all that. Library I/O. So if I look at all the ones that are in use, do I really have to go through and untick all of them? Can I shift click? Yes. And it only undoes one. God damn it. All right. Now we'll pull these libraries back in if we need them, but for now, I just want to simplify things because we're just starting out. Objection, Your Honor, lack of airflow. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's another one of those people coming in that only knows how to build computers like normally. We're not normal here. I tried that. Wait. No, that wasn't it. I don't know, maybe there's a way to do more, but bleh. Bleh. Okay. Clear the filters, bring them all back. So I want my own. It was the Jesse 2018 one that I'm using. I need to take I'm talking about temp issues in this case. Have you seen the review of this case online? Because it's 100% custom and nobody's touched it but me. There are no reviews, there are no specifications, there's nothing. Lack of airflow is not an issue. What goes on top of this is a full grading. It is essentially an open air case. There's a couple little restrictions here and there. Nothing really to be too concerned with. So, lack of airflow. You're just coming in and saying words that you've heard. There's plenty of airflow in this. All right. Spark fun, spark fun. Where the hell's mine? Well, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. I guess I could just do like Jesse. There we go. All right, so what do we got here? I mean, Fusion expects like the entire desktop. I should probably make my own scene for Fusion where I'm just like in the corner so that I can use the entire desktop. Meh. I'll get to that eventually. We're trying to make a new part first I want to start the schematic out. Why does it do this? Ugh. Okay, what the fuck is Trimble? Mechanical, specific connector, generic, chips. None of this, I think, where did I have my... See, it should all be hosted on Library.io. I have all of my libraries on Library.io. I need to, like, go back and spend, like, a week making my own libraries again from scratch. Just delete everything, pull in all the parts that I think I would need for designs from now on, and that way I can limit my libraries to just the ones that have my name on it, and then I can actually like design stuff quickly. This has been a limiting factor of Eagle for many years, is the fact that my own personal library doesn't exactly have everything that I want in it. It was good for a little while, and I've got a decently curated library, but I need to start incorporating all the three-dimensional parts into it too. And that way I can make all these pretty circuit boards that you guys see. Oh, these beautiful circuit boards with all their beautiful connectors and stuff on them. So what we're looking for is a SparkFun, and then it's just basically like the design stuff, right? Where are those? Amplifiers, hardware, GPS, fuses, electromechanical, discrete semi, batteries, aesthetics. I don't know if it's aesthetics, but that might be it. These are old libraries. These are old SparkFun libraries. Like power symbols, I think I added to my own library, but I don't know if maybe it's only on the local disk. Tutorial, connector, audio. Yeah, so that's not it. I mean, Fusion Team, is that going to be like 1 billion? Oh, that's where all of them are. Ow! Hold on a minute. Library.io, what are you doing? Let's undo this one. Fusion Team is what we're looking for. Library.io. Yeah, it seems really good, except that when you get into some of the special stuff, it's like, here's the symbol, and here's the 3D model. It's like a box. Like there's a lot of stuff like that on there, and Library.io has kind of closed off a lot of the, like, it used to be you would upload your parts to Library.io and everybody could like see them, and I think they changed that because Fusion like bought them and just all kinds of weird stuff. So like your libraries are now not shared. It would be nice to have shared libraries where you could look at like, oh, this very specialty part, like 3 people have made a design for that. Let's look through those. Okay, this one's the best one. Let's take that. That's kind of how I treat GrabCAD, but unfortunately, electrical engineers can't seem to have that. Although there are a couple places that try to do stuff like that. You know, allow people to upload their designs and then share them. All right, so what I want is none of these. All right, cool. Back to Library.io, I guess. Because, yeah, Library.io does have a very good chip-making system where you can auto-generate stuff. All right, so not tutorial, not worth. I don't know why I have all this worth stuff in here. Holy shit. Yeah, pretty much just SparkFun. I really need to remake the libraries because this hurts. Like, this hurts the number of viewers on the stream, what I'm doing right now. Whereas if I have my own curated library, I could just select that and we'd be done with it. What I'm looking for right now is the drawing frame and then power supply symbols to start off. So we're looking for, there was like a SparkFun, I thought it was like a schematic library for SparkFun, but it doesn't appear. Like aesthetics is the one that I see. Boards, clocks, coils, fuses, hardware, you would think, but no. Amplifiers, comms, conversions, nope. Micro, power, special function, maybe, but no. Power symbols, I think, is like too many power symbols. I think maybe, and I thought I had a library specifically for this. I was pretty sure that I did. Which is why I'm a little confused when I look for my stuff. These guys right here. I've got chips, components, connectors, specific connectors, then mechanical. I don't know where I made one for making schematics, and it's just not here. So anyway, let's just look at aesthetics for now. That'll be the only one that we turn on. We're going to have to get back to the library manager, so I'm going to have to figure out where that button is. And then this will update. Oh my god, this is not a good way to browse these. This is not a good way to browse this. They tried. They did an okay job, but yeah, here are the frames. Looks like one of them has a 3D box, and the other one doesn't. So we'll do the one that doesn't have the 3D box. Now, how do I place the part? Double click? Yeah, there we go. So I put this on Origin, and what this does is this... Oh, you absolute son of a bitch. Did you change the way the grid works? I guess we'll do it like that. That kind of sucks. What this does is this allows us to not be filled with the existential dread of a completely blank canvas. We don't have to sit here and think about the scale of things and the fact that nothing exists and we're looking at it. We do not have to stare at the void for too long because now we have a frame on it. It also kind of helps you keep your designs organized and nice and good looking, and they don't look like amateurish kind of things when you have that page there in order to sort of influence you. And then you can go to a new sheet when you fill that thing up. So, all right, anyway, so that's the beginning of the end. We need a new component. So I guess we're going back to the library manager, aren't we? Okay. Yes. What is all this stuff? This is like all the Spark Fun stuff that I don't need. And I believe I made a library where I moved the other ones over, but I don't think so. Libraries.io? Is that the one where people share stuff? There's a lot of stuff. This is like software stuff. Library. Now we can see if Vicor has anything. Doesn't. It doesn't. I kind of knew that. You know, they got this really nice system for creating the three-dimensional component out of sort of a generic thing, but we're kind of detached from that. I mean, you know, you can look at what's new and what people are designing and stuff, and there's all kinds of good stuff going in there, but we're in kind of the fringe of applications here where we're not going to be able to find that. So we need to create our own symbol for this thing. Now, they just have an outline of the module. That's pretty clever. I think we might be able to use the three-dimensional model and project it. No, maybe not. I don't know. It doesn't. We can just make a box too to represent the part. So yeah, we need to open up one of my libraries. So library manager, and then we go and we look at the stuff that's in now. Fusion Team is what we want for this one, I guess. I don't know. There's like Fusion Team, and then there's Library IO, and it just is confusing. Like here, I've got two different libraries. One is 47, the other is 26. I can't get rid of it. I can't get rid of the old one. Let's open this one up. Well, this one's connectors. We don't need connectors. Hold on. This is why I want to kind of like remake everything from scratch. I'll make it the Oh Bother 2020. I do 1 year behind just as a joke. What happened? Did that open or did it? How do I edit libraries now? So this would be a, I would count this as a chip, I guess. What do you guys think? Like, I mean, I could make modules its own thing. I could make a new one and call it modules. But I don't know about that. I also don't like how the library manager doesn't let you browse through. I guess that's what this window over here is for. It's not a component. It's not really a chip, but I'll make it, we'll make it a chip then. Edit, that's what we want. Oh God, and then all this opens up, right? So this is our library over here. We got to make a new part. So create, which one is that? A new device. New device. Vicor. Well, actually, what is the device? I forget. There's like a couple, there's like a device, a package, and a symbol name that we need to create for this. So V300 mini, no, the device should be the full part number. V300 B12C250. V300, or put Vicor in front of that. Vicor, because like, well, those are just part numbers, so yeah, we'll just do part number. V300 B12C250. V300 B12C250. Right? V300 B12C250. Yeah. All right, that's our device name. And then the boy, is that just so incredibly intuitive and easy to read. It just like takes everything over. So that's our new device, and we have no data on anything at the moment. There's just nothing in here. So we need a new local pack. Well, local package. I think we just need a fully new package, though. Yeah, we need just like a totally new package, and then we got to figure out where exactly all the holes are supposed to go on this thing. In relation to the 3D module, now, I don't think there are any package resources on the Vicor site. It would be nice, but we can run off of the numbers that the datasheet gives us here. That's tough to do, but it's just what we're in for today. So reference manual, application note, product features. This isn't the one with the 3D models. No. Transformer, thermal pad. All right, that's here. 3D models, products. Yeah, the 3D models isn't going to give us. Mechanical drawings, pads, Altium, cadence. I don't know if we could, well, let's do the zip file and see what we get. Fast track. I don't know how to use that. PT4 and Ion 4. Fast track pads. It was like a Bay Area, what? Toll invoice or violation notice. No, fast track layout. That is a racetrack. That is not what I'm looking for. What in the hell is fast track, you fucking ridiculous people? All right. Altium part to or available. It was Altium or Cadence. I guess they don't respect Fusion 360 around here, huh? Even though they have step files for everything. MCAD. What? Can't be imported directly into Eagle format. For library files in Altium Designer and Circuit Studio, Schlib, psblib, intlib, there's a converter tool in your library IO account, huh? Rain scar. also Eagle user language program that allows to convert Excel ASCII format. I don't think that's what we have. Can be exported from Altium. I think you have to save your files in PCAD ASCII format. Ugh. I mean, which is going to be faster? Playing around with a bunch of converter programs or just hunkering down and getting the numbers right? I don't trust myself to get the numbers right. I did it once, so I can probably do it again, but... Oy, 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 oy. Okay. Yeah, so that's gonna be just like a bitch. Let's just what DXF? Wait a minute. Oh my god, this is not save as DXF. Wait, that's gonna do the wrong thing. I don't know if I'll be able to do this, but oh, that's for the big one. Here, we'll do that one. Save it as. Put that into my downloads folder. Maybe I'm hoping that we can. Can't be downloaded securely. Just keep it, man. It's a DXF file. I just looked at the context. I don't think it's going to install a virus. And if it does, I'll have a bone to pick with Vicor. I'll be like, hey, you guys gave me a virus. Send me a free module or I'll sue. Okay, so I need to create a pad layout. New footprint name. So this would be Vicor Mini. The other one's going to be the Vicor Micro. So Vicor Mini. Do we have import tools? We don't. We don't have any import tools. Damn it. Manage. Automate. No. Document? Nope. Footprint. That's a shame. It would be nice if we could take the DXF in and then we could push stuff to different layers. I mean, what I can do is I could either put the DXF into AutoCAD or I could just open the PDF. And I think I'm maybe going to opt to open the PDF just because it's a little bit simpler. Remember, like, you know, other streamers, they get to, like, play games. I have to sit here and do work. I have to do real work in order to get my fancy computer up and running. And I did this to myself. I could have bought shittier hardware and just gotten away with using this. I don't know how much of an upgrade it would have been from the GTX 1080 if I went to like a 6800 and like a processor that wasn't going to turn my computer into a little pile of molten metal. But I don't know. It's we chill with Icarus, man, around here. We try to find that point where we've gone too far, and then end up having to redesign an entire electronics thing in order to compensate. But here we are. That's what we've done. That's what we've done. So for anybody that was excited to watch me play My Summer Car or do any of the simulator stuff with the wheel, we're a little bit off from that. It's starting to look further and further away. Although I'm going to have Wednesday to work on this thing on my own. And I will tell you guys right now that when I do stuff like this on my own, I'm not holding your hand and I just breeze through all this stuff. Even if it is a giant pain in my ass. Boy, they could... Fusion really needs to work on their import stuff. Because from what I'm seeing so far, they changed it. They didn't make it good. It's still not that intuitive how to make a three-dimensional design with a part, with a whole layout and all that stuff. But, yeah. Yeah. I have a key for that game that everybody's playing today. Would be excited to play that, but, and actually, I don't know. My computer might be able to handle it, but it might also turn itself into molten computer if I do, so. Now, if I concentrate on this, we can get this done pretty quickly. All right. Where are we? I am doing the whole layout right now. So I have the PDF. Oh, that was the one that I was looking at before. Okay. I got the PDF, and that gives me the dimensions of everything. Now, all I'm concerned with on this part is what the actual electrical holes are going to be. Now, if I were designing this so that we would retain the slots on the outside, I might want to know where those are so that I can use them to put a screw through both the circuit board and that slot, or so I can leave a screw hole so I can get a screwdriver in there, or so that my PCB design avoids interfering with the ability to put a fastener in there. I don't care about them though. All I care about are these outer limits out here, and then the placement of these holes. So this is a mechanical drawing, and they are always a pain in the ass. Always, always, always. There's always just like dimensions that they're not necessarily giving you. It's just weird stuff like that. The what is it called? Library IO helps you out greatly because there are common dimensions to a lot of these component packages that you'll put down on a board. So what Library IO does is actually have you put in the mechanical tolerances of all the stuff, and then you get a minute of max. We're going to make this the larger of the mechanical tolerances. We're going to make it always fit the larger of all the mechanical tolerances. Because the way it solders in is just putting a buttload of solder on the pins. So, all right, where do we even start? Chamfer. What is the limit of this to this? They don't list it. They list that dimension of the module. Where's the dimension of the module sans plate? Well, we can go to the 3D model for that. This is the wrong one. Let's open up the other one just in case. So that'd be this one with the long pins. Oh, these are gold. Why aren't the other ones gold? Did I not download gold? I must not have downloaded gold. I'm going to want gold just for vanity. I'll fix that later. So yeah, I'm wondering what the distance from this plate to the other plate is. And since this is directly from Vicor, this should be probably the most accurate 3D model we could possibly get of this thing. Uh-huh. 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 Yeah, all right. Okay. Okay. All right. Uh-huh. This maybe Fusion, maybe you can see that there's maybe a little bit of a problem here. Maybe just maybe just Dad Deets, thank you for the 49 months. There it is. Is that in inches? Is that in inches? Why is that in inches? Or is that 2 degrees? 2.0 degrees. I just wanted the distance between the oh my god. So apparently those are angled just a little bit, and so Fusion is like, durr, and just fucks it up. That Deet's been bothering like a Balrog. What does that even mean? Well, thank you. That Deet's 49 months, dude. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That is a lot of support for such a weird fucking channel on Twitch, right? A weird venture that I've gone upon in order to bring you guys weirdness. It's in inches. Why is it in... How do I turn off the inches? Where do I turn off inches? How do I get the design to be in millimeters again? It's an American company. They deal with a lot of military contracts and stuff. They're designing all their crap in inches. What a bunch of bullshit. I thought that there was a quick way for me to switch over. Oh, is it down in the grid? Nope. I mean, it's like deep in the settings file, yeah, but the thing with all the components. Not this. Document settings? Oh, you mean, okay, yeah. That's the browser. Document settings. There we go. Ah, see, I knew it was in an easy place. How did I change it? Let's turn it into feet. I mean, millimeter. There you go. All right, thank you. Yeah, the browser. Okay, thanks. That's what, again, that's this program, Fusion 360. I describe it as an onion. There are layers upon layers upon layers, and like one of the 4 places that you would see the ability to change stuff, you need to know which one the setting that you're looking for is in, and it might be hidden a little bit. It's really an interesting program because it feels, I don't know, it feels less capable when you first open it up, and then you start digging down into the settings and you start getting into stuff that's like super complicated and very, very precise. And, you know, it's an interesting program. They need to be like Valve and hire psychologists to help design these things. Pit 56.557. All right. All right. All right. Where's our thing? There you go. So, I don't know if I excuse me. Well, I don't know if I'm going to do this in terms of I don't really know how to do this. Let's be honest. That's for the place layer. So, in the place layer, I mean, it'd be great if I had just like an image of the thing. The drawing of it before, I just did a square. So I guess we'll just do a square with chamfered edges, which is not this tool. I think I need document. Nope. 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 It only lets you do like footprints, huh? That's layer display. We got a lot of layers in here. We got to make sure we're doing stuff on the right layers. And the docu is pretty good. Man, I had a whole eagle part for this thing, and it would have been much easier if I had that eagle part, but I don't anymore. Yeah, they don't give you like, I just want to draw a box. Oh, here we go, rectangle. That'll do. Hello? Ah! Not a filled-in box. Yeah, so that's not the right tool. I just need lines on the edges of the box. Man, this is some bullshit is what this is. So if that, I mean, origin should probably be one of the pins because everything kind of needs to line up that way, right? Maybe, I don't know. Let's put a pin down first, and then I'll see if I can get the coordinates right in order to put all the stuff around it. Because like, we've got an origin point. That's where we're going to grab our component and move it around and place it onto our actual design, depending on how the grid is spaced. These are going to have to be manually placed, and maybe we need to reference it from the center. It's tough with these like components like this. It's tough to determine exactly what the best for everything is. But we could, I mean, where's their reference point? Is this their reference point? Here and here? Well, no, those are just taken from center. So we'll do origin in the center, and then we'll do half of the numbers of these guys. So we'll be able to punch in coordinates for exactly where these things are supposed to go. Now the ones on the ends, those are 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, all right. So those are 0.8 inch, because remember we're an American company here, so we're listing inches first. 0.08 of an inch. 2.03 millimeters plus or minus 0.3. So that's going to be 2.06. We'll do a hole of 2.06. I know, it's weird. Like, you've got to, for some reason, you need to know that information. Like, where is this company? Oh, they're in America? Okay, so the numbers are flipped for where they should normally be. I mean, like I say, you got to be able to work in both in order to do this stuff. But so we're going to create a through-hole pad. PTH, I guess is what they're calling it. We're going to not rotate that. It'll be circular. We don't need like only one of those. We'll just do circular. And the dates are backwards. I never understood that. You know, when you tell, hey, what date is it? Oh, it's March 3rd, 1924. And then the time traveler goes, oh my God, what did I do? But that's how you communicate it. So that's generally how we write it here. I gotta get a haircut, you guys. All right, auto, nope. So the inner is gonna be 2.06, 2.06, bada bing. And I guess we can leave the outer auto. We can make it larger if we need it to be. Where is our, oh, are we that zoomed out? Where is it? Did it not create? Wait, what? Huh? Hello? There it is. Jeez. All right. So what radius did I give these? I'm going off of my good design, so it's the 3rd of March. Well, I guess you do say it like that too occasionally, huh? I don't know. I just don't understand why everybody has to debate these things. It's like I know they're weird, but they've just always been like that for us. Like I know they're weird. I don't understand why it's such an issue. $7 millimeter diameter? Are they doing radius? No, diameter of 2.06. Oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong one. Yeah, these are the 2 point. Well, those are 2.3. Yeah, maybe we should give them 2.3 instead of 2.06 because I remember this as being a pretty tight fit for these. So we'll do 2.3. And then these will be, looks like those get very little. Begs the question how I got so much current into this thing. I could make those 4 and then they'd be a little larger. So that will be 4. Oh, I keep clicking OK instead of clicking in the drawing in order to place the damn thing. All right, so there's that, and we need 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6, 7. And then we need the big guys, and the big guys are what? Be nice if it was just one system. They all would, yeah. One sec. Yeah, when you do file names, it's way better to do them in decreasing order of variance, right? And that way they self-organize. I do that a lot. I do that a hell of a lot of the time. Everything else, I just don't know. I don't care. I don't know. I don't care. It's just a lot of faffing about that people like to do on the internet to debate anything they can and go, Han, America's so bad. And I'm just sick of it. I'm so sick of it. It's just the same debates over and over again. I can't believe you use miles per hour. You fuckers invented it. You made us use it. And our parents decided not to go over to metric. And yeah, metric is better for a lot of applications. English standard sizing for stuff and you know, degrees and temperatures and things like that sometimes can be a little bit more intuitive, but there's generally not a huge advantage to it. It's just what we know. That sucks. Yeah, Brits have to do even more. You guys are like trained to be unit converters from birth. You need to be able to operate in the craziest of conditions. All right, so 3.8 plus or minus 0.3. I'm going to go with the whole size that I have on this thing, which is 4.1. They're probably 4.2 is more likely to be that whole size. 4.2. What was the other one that I set to? 2.4. So that's probably 2.5. I correct that. I mean, it's probably everything just has like normal numbers because I designed this. So 2.5, and then the outer thing is going to be 4. Ah, damn it. Keep clicking OK on that stupid tool. So that would be in the orientation that it is now, unless we, no, we're going to design it the same way. So that's 3 of them. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the next one is, measure it again. Yeah. Well, that's 4.25. That's very close to 4.25. I don't know if maybe... Yeah, we'll do 4.25 millimeter. 4.25. And then the outer radius of these things... 6.5. Blah! There we go. Boop and boop. Now those are on a coordinate system right now where this is origin. So currently what we need to do is we need to take the width and the height measurements and divide them by 2. And then we'll be able to give them coordinates. So properties, and then here's where we're going to punch in the position. Nice of them to label X and Y on this. It always bugs me about AutoCAD. Okay, yes, good progress. We're doing stuff. This is like pulling teeth, and I've never really intuitively created a good workflow for a lot of these things. At least when we're working with physical stuff, it's more fun. When we're doing like the schematic symbol and stuff, it's at least moderately easy, but like, and then figuring out how to load them into the device and then the associations and how to get into the menus, it's all a mess. What they need, and they have it, but they haven't vetted it out. It almost needs to be a new program. Your library manager probably should be its own thing. They've fitted into Fusion 360 like this, but it's really weirdly fit in. I would like to be able to go into my stuff and actually be able to manage the library. Like deleting all of the references to the old libraries or exporting and backing them up, deleting the old ones, being able to shuffle and move around components in an intuitive manner. That probably exists in this, but it's not easy to get to. And I believe all CAD programs are like this, but Library.io tried to sort of like automate a little bit of that and have like, you can punch in the numbers and it'll create the component and the 3D design and all that stuff all together. But a lot of my workflow is, I have this weird fucking thing and I don't know how to use it. I found the 3D model from the company. I need to put that into Eagle. And I guess Vicor just never bothers. They're like, we use Altium. Let's just use Altium. It's like, I don't have $6,000 a month for Altium. What does it cost per month? Let's get a little sticker shock here. Google didn't even want to show. Starting at $325 per month. I don't even make that much off of Twitch these days because a lot of you have gone away because I don't have the board anymore. I'm fucked for money. We need to work on burn the subs. That's a priority, but I'm never going to force that issue. But still, like, man. Thank you for the follows, by the way. I don't deserve it. Well, we could spend $3,000 with a one-time purchase trial. No thanks. And I think Fusion is similarly expensive. I think it's something like $280 a month if you're actually making money off of it, which I'm not. Technically I am, but it's well under their threshold. And also I'm technically an educator because I'm teaching you guys about how frustrating Fusion is sometimes. 3.81 plus or minus 0.3. Didn't believe it for 1 second. Measured my own holes. It helps to have the hardware in front of you and a caliper. One caliper, please. Yeah, it's nice to have a good set of calipers. Mine stopped working. It turns out these things don't like to be underwater. Wouldn't have thought. But yeah, so brand new, and they just, it's so nice to have brand new Mitutoyos. Not that expensive. Those are like half of the cost of an Altium prescription for a month. And these are going to last me like a decade, so such a good tool. All right, anyway. All right, so we got coordinates here, and we need to figure out what the coordinates are going to be from the PDF. We got the PDF here. We can locate the big boys first, Now I'm doing this sideways in orientation from where it is, so things are going to get weird and confusing. But anyway, what do we got going on here? Well, we have distance between holes. This one is a... Are you fucking serious? Are you really referencing it from this to here? Or are we taking this as being origin? Okay, we've got distances from this one to this. That's just gonna really confuse things. All right, so we're gonna go half of 35.6. And those are the same coordinates as the top ones, I believe, too. Not these, though. Are those even given coordinates? They're just there. They're just fucking there. What the? Are you fucking with? Okay, I think they're directly across from one another. Yeah, they're directly across from one another. What an assumption to make, though, that these are on some kind of an internal grid. They're just not given a dimension at all. You fucking... Okay, anyway. All right, so we've got... Oh, God, this is really weird, isn't it? 4711.4, so it would be like 0.3... What the fuck? Okay, all right. What's up, Byron? Okay. Well, we can punch that into the coordinates anyway. We can take that one as a reference. So that would be the... If we turn the whole thing to the... Like that. It's my left, it's your right. If we turn the whole thing on its side so that our pin 1 is on the right... I'm just doing that because that's the layout orientation of the original board. We could design this whole thing upside down, but I think it's just easier if I represent it like it is in the case, like this, so that our low voltage is on the left and our high voltage is on the right. Generally, that's not how I think about this kind of stuff, but since we're on the left side of the case, that's sort of where it is. That's what we're going to do. So yeah, we will start with hole number 1. Hole number 1 is 1.40 between the two holes. So that would be 35.6 over 2. So positive and negative 17.8. So this one is 17.8. Oop, that's conflicting. Where's this guy? Let me click it. You get out of the way. And then this one is negative 17.8. Those are first two, but they're not back and forth. Scientists with laser! What? No, wait a minute. Hold on. Automod, stop it. Automod, what are you doing? Go to Nightbot. Nightbot. Sorry, guys. Sorry, everybody. I didn't know Nightbot was... Oh, God, that's the wrong Nightbot. No, don't take me this... Oh, God. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to... Sorry. The raid message doesn't show. Was it a bunch of, like, emotes? Because it was a bunch of emotes. 5 of it. It's just I turned on spam detection because sometimes we get, like, people coming in here with crazy bullshit. Hold on. Let's, Nightbot. Well, it took me to nightbot.com, which is not... Log in! All right. Hey, Scientist with Laser, thanks for the raid. We had some troubles here with my custom computer power supply. As somebody who apparently, given your name, knows about lasers, I'm using Vicor power modules, which I see often listed on eBay as laser power supplies. Finished working on the lab, wanted to bring people over to some of the cool stuff that you do. Hell yeah, dude. Hold on, let me do, where my spam protection? What do I have? Excess symbols, options. Wow, you guys are timed out for 600 seconds, huh? Minimum number of symbols posted. All right, so let's jack that way up. There we go. All right, so you have to pretty much try to put ASCII art in to trigger that. The message was pretty spammy, though. I completely missed it. Nightbot completely destroyed it, even though I should be able to see it, but goals to make chat go crazy. All right, well, we're careful here about that kind of stuff. Oh, yeah, that was pretty spammy. All right, whatever. 600 seconds. Wait a minute. Hold on a minute. I'll change that to Control-Shift-T. That's a little too long. Options. We'll give it like 10 10 excruciating seconds. I'll see you in 600 seconds. Sorry. It was a pretty spammy message, though. All right, what we're doing is we're trying to put symbols down. I found a 3D model of the Vicor power supply modules. These are pretty hardcore modules. They're expensive. They create 12 volts, a very, very clean 12 volts, in fact. And the point of them is that I have a very expensive computer that I'm trying to build. I bought a Radeon 6900 XT, and I only just got it last week. I have a 5950X, got some pretty brutally fast memory on this thing. I have some psychotic NVMe storage on it. I need power for this computer. And previously, the previous iteration of this hardware used these Vicor power modules, doot, doot, and doot. What they do is this one creates 300 volt DC via 120 volts coming in. That 300 volt DC is then parallel bused to these two. Each of these create 25 amps of power, and they coordinate with one another in order to divvy up the task of doing so. What Vicor modules mean to me is that I don't have to bother to think about how this power supply is going to coordinate its voltages. It does it for me. It does a lot of very advanced functions, and it's got an extremely efficient power factor on the whole thing, right? So in the previous iteration of the computer, I have these 30 amp connectors. Those take big silicon wires over to the graphics card, which takes the brunt of the current, right? The graphics card wants all the 12 volts for itself. And then they also take 12 volts over to the motherboard. And the motherboard only needs a certain number of watts. Now, in the case of the 5950X, which makes this sound like a detective thing, with the 5950X without the boost mode, this thing will only require 105 watts. So this power supply right here is, I think it's 140 or 160, right? But when this thing does boost mode, it goes up to like 190. So that's out of the question. We can't have that. It'll blow up this little module right here. This thing is a car power supply module. Now, this whole computer concept came about a long time ago when I had a gaming computer that didn't have any fans in it, and it was very badly designed, and it didn't really actually work. So I got back into computer building, but I did it in the most extreme way. I decided to put together the modules here, found this thing. That was 2011-ish. 2011-ish is when I've made the first iteration of this computer. Back then, hardware didn't need as many amps, so I got away with having about a 500 watt power supply. I took this thing through C trials. I got everything working on this, took it through C trials. Prime 95 works. This thing gets up to about 70 degrees at the AIO. It was originally a fan cooler. It's not going to work anymore. So I went to Micro Center because I happen to live near one. I'm one of the blessed few who lives near a Micro Center. And I was able to just go and be like, NXZT go, boom, and just got out of there, right? So now I've got this NXZT AIO that's able to cool the processor, barely able to fit in this section right here. And I have yet to actually build it into the case. We're waiting on cables so that we can test the 1200 watt power supply, and I can kind of like give the go-ahead to the rest of the design, right? Because we're not bringing this out of the initial sort of idea stage yet. We did a lot of 3D modeling and stuff last week in order to put all this together. Like the graphics card is fully attached to this thing because this computer travels every now and then. So in order to fit the AIO, I needed a right angle to come off of these tubes. AIOs use these big fuel tubes these like fuel line tubes, and they wrap them in something to make them look more technological than they actually are. These are the same tubes that are under your car's hood. The reason that they do that is that there's all this extra sidewall, and so if you have your typical, you know, ham-fisted computer user trying to install an AIO, they'll run those lines wherever the hell they want. They want to give it every opportunity not to kink. The other part of it is, and I'm wondering about this, is pressure in the lines. I don't think the expansion pressure is going to be too great, but there need to be some bubbles in there in order to allow for the liquid to expand. Might have a little bit of trouble with that. So I was looking at a way to rerun these giant pipes, because it's near goddamn impossible to sort of push them down into this case, given the size of everything. There's a barb there that sticks up out of the radiator, so I had to find a silicon elbow, a fully silicon elbow with a 6mm inner diameter, which is what these things have. These are parts from a Keurig, a very old Keurig that had mold in this tube. My parents were still using the same generation Keurig, so I bought them a new Keurig. Merry Christmas, Mom and Dad. You get a new coffee machine. Actually makes a pretty decent cup of coffee compared to the old one, to be honest. So they get a nice little upgrade. I get the old Keurig. I'm going to extract another one of these elbows and another one of these crinkle tubes from that. The crinkle tube is also designed not to kink. It is used as the main fill tube of the reservoir of the Keurig, and it's in like this kind of an orientation. So that crinkliness is there, I mean, a little bit for vibration too. When the thing bubbles, this tube will blah, 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 blah. But also those ribs are not just for my pleasure. Those are there to keep this thing from collapsing when you bend it. Pretty cool. I would like to use 2 of these things. I don't know if they'll reach. It gets close. But anyway, so that was sea trials, and then I decided to, in the sea trial, you know, what you're supposed to do all the stress testing on the computer first, right? Just to make sure that my case design and my cooling is all viable. It's not. Immediately upon usage of the graphics card. Now, I opened up my summer car. My summer car is like Nintendo 64 level of graphics. So that ran perfectly fine. Well, then I ran Furmark. And Furmark is like, begin test. And I'm like, haha, okay, let's begin the test. And the computer just restarted. Okay, weird. Check everything. Go back in. My summer car still works. This works, that works. Okay. Prime 95 works. Startup superposition, the Unreal Engine benchmark. As soon as it was done loading, restart. All right. So, power supply issue. The only other thing that I got, a friend of mine dropped off a 1.2 kilowatt power supply. Look at this thing. It's as big as my computer. We're going to hook this up. I'm waiting for Amazon to get here. So once Amazon gets here with my fucking cables, we can plug this thing in and we can do some trials on it to see if it is in fact power supply. In the meantime, we have to launch into actually designing for another module on this thing. And unfortunately, I think I need to buy a new input module too. That's not going to be cheap. I will not be happy about that, because there's a kilowatt version of this input module, and then we add one more of the 25 amp modules, and then I got a 750 watt power supply, which, without boost, gets us in under the limit of power on this. And I should be able to have a viable computer once again. But I need to redesign the whole circuit board in order to add that module. And that's where we are. That's where we are. We're in the very initial stages where I'm importing stuff into here. I find your work really interesting, so keep going. Good work. Hey, thanks. Yeah, I mean, we do stuff differently here. We're not like a typical, we're not your like pat, bland electronics kind of channel. I mean, there's a lot of cool stuff you can do with electronics and a lot of very cool art you can do with electronics, and I'd like to get into that a little bit more. But these are some major projects that finally came to crescendo right now. So yeah, we need a lot of 12 volts on this thing. There are probably better ways for me to go about this, but I like the robustness of the Vicor modules. They are super duper efficient. They handle everything for you. They can handle all kinds of bullshit from the power line, and they've worked. They've just worked for me for a long time. They're expensive though. I'm gonna have to pay a pretty penny for some of this stuff. The other project that we got going on, if you guys aren't familiar, is the steering wheel over here, my simulator setup, which also needs a computer in order to run. So great. What have I done? Anyway, the sim setup over there, we are reverse engineering a serial wireless module. And so we'll be working on that on Thursday. I'm going to pull that back over here to the desk. I'll carefully move the computer out of the way, and we'll be able to throw some more serial signals at it. We'll do a little Arduino programming in order to try to get the base station to recognize that our module has been plugged in, because everything's wired. We don't have a wireless module to use on that. Everything's wired, and we try to fool it into thinking a wireless module's plugged in so we can push buttons, because we don't have enough inputs for buttons on the base station itself. Weird. It's very weird. We do weird stuff around here. Once I get those two done, we'll probably, I mean, at some point, in order to inject a little bit of variety into the show, I would very much like to do another Arduino Basics Day. And the last Arduino Basics Day that we did, we found a really cool display that I want to use in this computer. They're old school 70s, early 80s, red plastic 7-segment displays. And I would very much like to use them on this computer to give you a quick readout of how much current is being used. Comment on what is delaying BTS. Yeah, that's another thing that I do want to actually get to. Burn the subs, the delay on it. There's a lot of stuff. I mean, a lot of projects came up and took the top spot, right? So once I clear a couple of these things, I would like to get to burn the subs. The thing we need to do with burn the subs is seal the 3D print. There's a bunch of stuff that we are doing with burn the subs, but this is the shroud that goes over the laser for the laser etching system. I've got the 3D print to the shroud, but if we run water through this, it bleeds on the interlayers. This is PETG, which should be a pretty well sealed plastic. It just, for some reason, the layers have just a little bit of room between them or something. So what we'll do is we'll try to melt this with methyl ethyl ketone. And that may be our Friday project. I think we'll do this on Friday, is methyl ethyl ketone into this. Maybe I need to plug the holes so that this thing keeps its shape, but I do want that melty on the inside too. So we'll see what methyl ethyl ketone does to something like this. And maybe I can print out a couple more of these just so we have them. Yeah. That'll be Chemical Friday. Ugh. And in the meantime, I'm going to be working on this power supply because this is the more exciting thing. But Burn the Subs is getting a bunch of upgrades. We're going to run it off of Clipper, and then I'll be able to use a like an API in order to send coordinates over to it. And then Clipper will handle all the motion stuff. So yeah, water cooling a laser is not unheard of. It's actually extremely common. It's extremely common. We're actually not designing that one right now. We're doing this one. This is the one we're doing right now. So these Vicor modules are pretty cool. They basically take all of the complexity of designing an input power system away from the engineer so that you can plop modules down and get everything up and running quickly. They're used in ships, they're used in military hardware, they're used in lasers. A lot of like I see them almost exclusively listed on eBay for laser use. They're used in like computing systems and stuff like that. I stumbled upon these because one of my previous jobs was reverse engineering IEDs for the FBI. And so one of the modules had been basically, I hate to use the word, but I love to use the word, it was degloved. There were just the bare electronics. And so we had to look at this board and be like, who the fuck, what is this? This is the most like advanced thing we've seen in a long time. Well, it turns out in the data sheet, there's a picture of one of the boards to show off their technology, because they know how to design a circuit board, man. Vicor's really good at that. And so we were able to say, oh, it's just, okay, so it's probably something out of the Humvee. Those are some of the coolest words I've ever heard spoken. Welcome to my channel. All right. We're placing all that, and we're just placing holes. Like, I'm just, oh God, that was a laugh and a cough. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah, I bounced around with jobs after the IED thing, and you know, it turns out it's kind of difficult to find a job in electrical engineering that actually pays you enough money to be able to afford insulin. Haha. So fuck all that noise. I don't have a job. I do this. This is my company. So thank you guys for watching. All right, anyway. Back over to here. No, this is the wrong one. We're back over to the PDF. The PDF that doesn't quite list things the way that I'd like them to. Now, this is probably center line. This one's probably at 0. I would guess. 17.8? Wait, was that? Yeah, 17.8. Yeah, so this one's 0. Properties. We just set that to 0. Bada bing. And then, oh wait, no, but that's the, are there 3 over there? I guess there are 3 over here. Let's move you over here. And then these are the plus and minus, and let's see what they're plus and minus. We're just doing the 1 coordinate at a time. I wish I got like an offset from 0 for this, huh? Well, the difference between 10.2 and 17.8. So what is it? 7.6? No. It'd be 17.8 minus 10.2. Yeah. Yeah, 7.6. So positive and negative 7.6. This is the kind of like little stuff that you got to do in order to make designs like this work. If you like this kind of stuff, PCB design's for you. I tried to get a job in PCB design, but nobody hires for that. I enjoy doing this. This is something that's like kind of cathartic for me. All right, and then our other holes are the same 17, positive and negative 17.6. Properties. And this one's negative 17.6. I believe that I think these are in line too. So 7. I really wish I could get rid of that info pop-up. That's a really annoying pop-up. What's up, auxiliary ASP? I need to rearrange my monitors in here. I'm getting sick of whenever I work, and like if I'm doing work on the computer, like programming or doing CAD design, my thumbnail always looks like this, and it's bad. It's really bad. 7.6. Is that correct? 7.6. And then this one, negative 7.6. We're doing it! It looks like an electronics part! Oh my god! All right, let's see. What do we got over here? And now we need the width. And they're going to be basically just in the same lanes. So half of 48.3. I'm not doing that in my head. 48.3 over 2. 24.15. Man, could you have used a more annoying 24.15, positive and negative. This is a cut and paste scenario. That little pop-up is so annoying and I don't know how to turn it off. It just keeps, it's like, hey, this is the pad you clicked on, and it's like, I don't need this. I don't need it. Stop it. Stop telling me what I'm clicking on. I know, I can see it. It's right there. Now I'm gonna have to do the Osh Park After Dark service for these. I need them to look pretty. That's for me. It needs to look pretty with the carbon fiber and everything that I've got going on in this case, and all the wonderful modern Radeon hardware that I was not sponsored to use. It needs to look really good. So I'm gonna do the Osh Park After Dark service. I think Fatanon flew through. I think he left. He would be the most excited to know that I'm using Osh Park instead of my typical Seed Studio. I really like Seed Studio, and I've used them for many years to create my circuit boards. They do a wonderful job. They make a very good circuit board. I'm going to have to try new stuff, though, because the Seed Studio, for a board that big, and to get like the matte black color on it, it's just going to destroy my wallet. So I'd like to try Oak Park and see if I can get, you know, quick PCBs from them and really speed up my whole process. Now I want like a frame around this thing, because it doesn't look like much right now, right? It doesn't really look like a component. Now we also probably need to put in stuff like designation and things like that. I don't know if we want to use the place layer or if we want to use a dimension layer. I did a dimension layer just to do the outside metal frame. And I guess there is a DXF drawing. I don't know how to import that. There might be a way to do it. There might be a user language program that helps me do that. But I guess we're just going to do it manually. We're just going to do it manually. It'd be nice if I could use the 3D part in order to project stuff on. Like, if you really bend Fusion 360 over backwards, you can get it to do that kind of stuff. I don't know if we can necessarily do it with this. Now, we don't have a sense of where that edge is. We're given like one of the dimensions and not the other one. They figure you don't want that. You want like the overall dimension of the thing. But I want to frame just that top piece, because we're not putting the modules up against one another so closely. We're putting the modules a distance apart so that I can put a fastener in between, so that these fasteners can put a little pressure down on the module so that it actually gets a good coupling to the base there, or to the heatsink. See, the thing is, in order to fit another module, we got to move this stuff down, and then we have to, we just got to make enough room. This PCB is going to be very large. How much room are we going to need on the end of this thing? We're going to need like 68 millimeters. We got 50 and maybe 70. So we might have about 80 millimeters to play with, but we'll design it first and then see how much room, because I want it to be as minimal as possible, because there's like stuff all over this thing. All right, so I would like to just make a frame around the thing. How do I do that? Well, I could figure it out with coordinates, I guess. I can just get the width and divide it by 2, and then I can figure out what the coordinates of the lines are going to be. But if they have chamfers on the outsides there, can I do that after the fact? What is that? Miter. No. Cancel. So I can just put down lines, and then it'll just be 4 lines. But then what are the coordinate structures like that for that? Too thick. 0.5? Yeah, maybe 0.5 will be good. Because, yeah, it'll be like that. Obviously, these are in the wrong place, but they're just there for decoration right now. Ugh, it's like vector drawing. Coordinate to coordinate. Ugh. Gross. Gross. What's that math gonna look like? Well, I guess I could just measure it. I can measure the different... Yeah, okay, I know how I can do this. Boop. We go, not to you. I'm gonna close that. Oh my god, I have so many windows. Okay. I can just measure distances. So if I do from here, and the line width is obviously going to go outside of the part, but it'll at least be somewhat... Is that crooked? No. 43.948. All right. Fine. Weird numbers. 43.948. 21 point... It's another 9. How is it another 9? 21.974. What a number. We're here. So, which one is it? from to, I think that goes backwards. Yeah, 21.974. This one. 21.974. And these are the positives over here. It would be the positive number from there to, yeah, 21.974. Oh, there's like an extra. Well, that'll go away in a minute. Properties, and then this one's positive 21.974. God, these numbers suck. All right, there's that one. Now we can take the outer edges to their distances. So here, and then I want from here to here, 35.783. 35.783 divided by 2 equals 17.891. Jesus Christ. 17.8915. What a number. So negative 17.8915. That's getting into precision that we're not going to need, but this is only for display purposes anyway, this line. That was the wrong number, I think. Did I get the other number right? I might have gotten the other number wrong, too. Because I was trying to position it vertically, not horizontally. I could have gotten that completely wrong. I think I did, actually. I think I got that one completely wrong, and now we need to start over. God damn it. Okay, so the one that I just got is the height. So we're doing the height, and that one is 17.8915. This one would be the positive number, so 17.8915. I'm going to cut and paste that one in there. And then this one over here is the negative 17. Wait, that one was in the right spot? No! Hold on. No, that was the wrong thing. Oh, because it's a line. The whole line moved. All right, that works. So properties, and then this one would be from to 3838 would be this one. No. This would be this one. Yeah. And then this would be negative that one. I think. I think so. Yeah, confusion is the name of the game today. Let's do the horizontal. Because I was trying to put these. I could just do this one horizontally. All right, hold on. So I was trying to do the vertical and the horizontal of both of those. That's right. Okay, yeah. I think I got that now. Get out of here. Okay. So now I can do from. Well, basically, I just inspect this line right here. Wait, that's not the right line. I need this. So I need from here to here. And so that's the horizontal, 48.15. 48.15 over 2. This is where like a notepad, that was not the right equation. This is where like a notepad would come in handy. Over 2. 24.075. All right, so positive and negative 24.075. So this one goes from (24.075) to negative 24.075. Same with this one. So negative 24.075 to positive 24.075. Now I need to give them their other coordinate. This kind of stuff, man, this'll always mess you up. So I mean, we've already done this dimension, but I'm going to get it again. 43.948. Clear. 43.948 over 2. 21.974. So those lines should sit at positive and negative 21.974. So this is 21.974. And this is the same number. This one should also be negative 21.974. Okay, we're starting to zero in on it. We're starting to zero in on it. So let's do the horizontal position of these two vertical expanses right there. So the horizontal position of the vertical things, I keep wanting to switch programs, but it's all within the same program. That's why I'm getting confused. So from here to here, 56.315 over 2. All this work just to put an outline around the thing, right? And I feel like it should be possible to overlay it in CAD and then project it. But the sketch tools and the Eagle PCB design things have yet to kind of intermingle in the software. They seem to be working on it. And there are some cool features, like when you do the three-dimensional design, you can do some cool stuff. But like, it's not quite there yet. 21.15, this is a fucking hell of a number. These numbers, man. All right, so this is going to be the vertical position, so it's the numbers that are the same. So instead of negative 31, it's negative 28 point blah, blah, blah. So that's the vertical, and then this one is the positive. Look at that. Nice and tight. Good stuff. So the only thing that remains is for this one, what is that distance vertical? I think I punched in a wrong number or something. So let me just double check and do a vertical from, well, just look at that line right there. That's all I need. Inspect this line. 35.783. 35.783 divided by 2. Boop. 17.8915. What a number. So that should be positive and negative 17.9815 because it's crossing 0. So if we look at this right here, positive and negative 17. I guess I didn't punch that in properly. There we go. You just keep giving it information until it can't be the wrong shape. Okay, so now we need to just put a part number at the bottom, I guess. And we'll do that in the T value, T names. Yeah, top layer, names layer. Where's my text tool? Create text. V 300 12C 250. I can write anything I want in there. Oh, I've got caps lock on. I can write anything that I want in there, but I'm gonna keep it kind of brass tacks just to make sure that everything comes through properly and, you know, we make a good design. So I'm just gonna place that right there and that'll be that. I don't need to mark pin 1. This thing will only plug in one way. I could put labels on all the pins, which I did in this design, but I think the positioning of the labels is going to change depending on the design. So I'll add them after the fact. I'll put them on like the, I don't know, just like the normal component designation layer, and then I could move them about freely and make them, you know, larger or smaller. I wonder what that little jumper was for. Anyway, all right, so that's that, huh? Yeah, that's that. All right, cool. Now on to some more confusing heights. So we're done. We actually made a thing. And presumably everything is going to be in the right spot. Now I don't have the workflow for it right now. I don't have a printer hooked up to this computer. It's possible that I could make the design and then print the design on a piece of paper and then verify whether or not I've done anything stupid with the layout of all the holes. Make sure that it lines up properly. That's actually kind of an important thing to do when you're designing like this. You have your hardware in front of you, you hit print, and then you put parts onto a piece of paper. You go, all right, that's in a good spot. And then you send it off to them, some other country to have them make the board. And then in a couple weeks, you go, what was I doing? And then you can put together your board. All right, so that's the VIA 300 module. So I suppose the next thing that I need to do, well, first of all, I need to save this package. Save it up. So now we, hold on. We have one thing that I don't know how to do is placing the part on the board with the 3D model. I don't know how to do that. So we're gonna have to figure that out. Generally what I do is I go through like library.io and I have it auto-generate a package. And sometimes that package is like kind of close to what is supposed to be there. And it does all the rendering of the PCB and everything for you. And then you can kind of like pull in your own 3D part and place it. So I don't know how to do the 3-dimensional thing on this. Let's try though. Let's do a new 3-dimensional package. And I don't want any of this stuff, but I don't know how to. It seems like we have to generate a 3D package. But how do I like make one out of Maybe not through this tool. I've got all my solids tools and everything here too, but I just don't know how to get the footprint that we just made into here. Oh boy, this is going to be confusing, huh? If I hit finish, I don't think it generates the PCB material so that I can go back in and edit it. Yeah, how do I do this? Well, I could go back to the package manager. Where did that go? What's this? No, that's our design. Oh, unsaved, untitled. Oh, I hit Control S and the whole thing. Name, PSU schematic. I guess the whole thing is going to be called PSU schematic. Great. All right. Got to make sure to save work. I don't want to lose all that work that we just did, especially with this. This thing is fucking going to be really annoying. Now, is there a way that I can skip directly to creating it's like create new package, create new footprint. There's the footprint. And if I start assigning stuff, I don't think it'll bring me to the auto generation stuff. And then I don't have like a PCB. This is what I'm talking about with how fucking unintuitive this program is. Okay, where's the window with all the parts stuff that I was doing? I guess that's shared. So that's this window. Where's the device view? Yeah, I like got rid of the device view in order to bring me over to here. I don't want to create a new. I need to open up the library manager. That's what it is. There's no other windows open. No, not plus. Get out of here. Blah, 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 blah. From here? Yeah, here we go. Library, open that up. And then 2018 chips managed. Edit. Or back over to here. Okay. How do I get back to the view? Oh, that's up here. Yeah, okay. There's components. Okay, so that's this. Are you guys getting me here on why this is so goddamn confusing? This is like God, it's like wading through mud. Okay, so we're looking for the Vicor part that we started to make, the V300B1. And so we're back over to here in the components manager, and here's all of our stuff that makes up the device. I wouldn't exactly call it intuitive. Yeah, it's a struggle bus. And I have to go through this every time. And I really feel like, you know, maybe I'd have a much better handle on it if I took a day or 4 to just vet out my library so that all my components that I like to use. What's up, Short Lurker? How you doing? All the components that I like to use are there, you know? This program gives me a headache just looking at. Yeah, it's tough. I don't know if FreeCAD has a better flow because I don't know anything about other CAD programs. I was taught at Drexel University AutoCAD, and then when I got out into industry and doing my own hobby projects, I started to use Fusion 360, and I learned how that program worked. We used it on like a netbook, not Fusion 360, sorry, Eagle CAD, and so through that, I mean, AutoCAD bought AutoCAD bought Eagle, and it was like, I'm iffy about this purchase, but they are the 2 CAD programs that I know how to use. And so they pretty much just blended the 2 programs together. I don't think a viable and totally successful and intuitive program came out on the other side. It was very much like a Venn diagram for a while. And now it's starting to kind of meld. The gray area is becoming a little bit more gray, but they need to like overhaul this process of getting your own 3-dimensional parts in and having them click into your design and everything is not well done. I like when I auto-generate a part, which I'm probably going to have to do, it'll create a PCB and all the layout stuff is there, right? I want that to work. AutoCAD, 3D Studio Max, and Blender. Need to get into Fusion. Yeah, Fusion's okay. You know, it makes the reason that I like using Fusion, and aside from the fact that, like I just explained, I was raised, you know, I was programmed from an early age in order to use this. One of the other advantages that I think Fusion really excels at is the visual part of it. Everything looks really good on this program, and I like using it on stream because everything looks really good, and I feel better using it because everything looks really good. I think that's like a major, hold on. I think that's like a major facet, like a major reason behind my choice. It's very shallow. Functionality, who cares, man? Things look good. All right, anyway, let's, so we need to put, what are we putting in here? Well, we haven't done a symbol yet, but I have a footprint and I have a package. Now the package hasn't been really defined, has it? How do we even do that? I'm trying to create the package for it. I mean, if I put the footprint in, I can do V300, no, what did I call it? Mini flat 16, mini flat 4, blah, 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 blah. Vicor mini. Create new 3D model, attach copy of an existing model. If I create a new model, it brings me into the wizard. If I attach an existing, that's just the stuff that already is in the files. So neither of those seem like they're the right thing. Add local package. It was like right down here, wasn't it? Vicor mini. That's that. And then, yeah. Okay, so there's the button down here for new, and it's add the package. Where do I add the schematic symbol? Where do I add? Let's do the schematic symbol now. Let's create a new one. Vicor V300. I'll put the company name on it so it's easier to find, even though it does start with V. Okay. What is the schematic symbol going to look like? It's just a box. Let's draw a box. That's not the box that I wanted to draw. The commenter just beeped at me. Guess we just do 4 lines, huh? We can do rounded edges. We'll do that in a minute, I guess. First I need the pins, huh? Hello? Pin? Pin? Hello? What the fuck? Wait. What's going on here? Oh, that's the wrong... Okay, that was remove pin. All right, I need to place pin. I'll rotate it around. There we go. Function. No, we don't care about function. Length is fine. Yep, and that's a good display. Direction. Oh, boy. So these are the properties of the pin that I can put in that'll help just kind of like do an extra layer of checks to make sure that you're using stuff properly. The pin that we want, this one's actually an output. And so that's out. And we will put, I guess we'll go from the tip of the pin. Oh no, that's the wrong direction, huh? Yeah, I put it the wrong way around. Control Z. That, like that. And then this will be the internal, or no, that's the output, and we'll put it, see, getting this right makes it easier to just put stuff together. So like that, out 0, out 1. They're both out 0 for some reason. Swap level 0. I don't understand what the swap level is, but then what do we have on the other side? We have, what's the function of our pins? We're actually getting down to the functionality of this unit. What are you? Tell me. Okay, that's mechanical. Where's our electrical properties? So we're doing this as a precaution. I'm starting this design because we don't know if there are... No, I didn't end up... I was going to the LAN party, and I didn't end up going. I had an issue, like one of those diabetes fucking blowouts at night, where my glucose level would not respond to insulin, and I had to babysit my glucose levels, and I was just a walking sentient headache. So I called off the LAN. Still feeling a little weird from that. I'm okay though. But it didn't happen, and I needed the extra time anyway, because this wouldn't... If I had the right cables, I probably could have shown up with this thing with the 1200 watt, 1.2 kilowatt PSU, but we're waiting on an Amazon delivery right now, and it says it'll get here by 9 p.m. So I don't know if... I don't have any alerts about motion on the property, so... Yeah, nothing. So I don't know. I guess we'll go to normal time. We got a couple more hours in us, and then I'll continue on. If I mean, I can continue to do this stuff with you guys. Hold on, I'm gonna cough, because I do want to stream more because I'm here alone, so I can finally actually shout at chat. What's the function of our pins? God damn it! All right, where are we? There we are. So it's like PC, PR, in plus, in minus. What direction are these? Is this, wait, is this the power factor module, or is this the V300? This is the V300. Usually they'll have like pin descriptions on these things, but it's a lot of data sheet to go through. PC module. Usually they name all the pins too. Well, whatever. In plus, in minus, PR, and PC. I'll just call them inputs. That and that. And then over here, we've got our outputs, although some of them are inputs. So we'll do, yeah, the graphics card is too much. So what I did is I ran a couple tests, benchmarks. I ran My Summer Car. Well, okay. So at first, what was going on with the computer? At first, as we saw on stream, it would immediately restart, right? Just immediately restart. And then it would happen faster and faster. Like we'd get desktop for a little bit, and then we'd get the frowny face error and everything would restart. Well, the motherboard was reporting that the CPU temperature was too much. So, okay, that makes some sense. I took off the cooler, and there was plenty of thermal goop on there. And it looked like the thermal goop had been squished out to the sides. I'm a little suspicious of that, though, because this cooler right here, doesn't have any springs on it. And so it basically relies on, and these aren't properly installed, but it basically relies on this fixed shoulder bolt in order to press things together. And I think the spring tension is from these legs on it. And so maybe there wasn't enough spring tension on there. It's possible that I could bend those legs and I could actually get it to work a little bit. But it was happening faster and faster. And so we found out, yeah, oh no, look at the CPU's overheating. And so I immediately went out and bought an AIO. And I thought if I was lucky, the AIO would be able to crush into the case and I'd get everything working. Well, I ran it through some trials. I did Prime 95, and it swimmingly performed during Prime 95. Things got warm. Fans didn't even turn on the graphics card. 90%, 95%, I think, 99% usage of the processor. Everything was a little warm. Very slowly snuck up to 70 degrees Celsius. Took a long time to get there. And then, for some reason, usage throttled back, like by a large degree, which may not be the motherboard. Something happened, though. It reached 70 for a little bit, and then it just throttled everything back. So that might have been Prime 95 going up. We're done. Maybe I accidentally did like a timed test or something, but it did very, like, as soon as it got to 70, it was there for just a little bit, and then everything throttled. So I don't know what's going on there. It might be a motherboard thing. I'm not sure. But that did very well. Power supply got a little warm during that. Nothing too crazy. We've got a lot of fans on it, after all. So then I went to open up Furmark. Open up Furmark, get the window. It says, hey, start the test. I'm like, all right, let me start the test. And it's like, immediately. Yeah, the 5000 series throttles at 92C. So I don't know if I set a motherboard setting. There might be a motherboard setting that's set to be safe. I'm not sure though. 70 is not all too crazy. So but whatever. Anyway, so this thing immediately rebooted, right? It just went blank, and then the Republic of Gamers came up on the screen, right? But anyway, that came up, so the computer tanked immediately, right away. Right as I clicked, like, released the click on the button, just boop. What does that sound like? Well, sounds kind of like an inrush. Maybe an inrush that this thing couldn't handle. Second test. Get back into the desktop. Everything's nice and stable with the AIO. No more rebooting, right? I start up my summer car. Works perfectly. Power supply makes a couple weirdo noises because it's desperately trying to create enough current to run everything in that application, but fans very lazily come on the graphics card. Obviously, my summer car is a pretty brutal application in terms of graphics technology, but it ran fine. It ran fine for a little while. It didn't reboot or anything. So I closed the program, and I opened up Super Collider, the Unreal Engine wonderful little benchmark that they got. Super Collider, all right, yeah, hey, let's just do, okay, stock test, go. Loading, grinding noises, loading, full screen, restart. So, it is a power issue. It very much looks like a power issue. I'm 95% confident that it is a power issue. So what I did is the next day, I went out to Micro Center and I got new wires for this thing because I've got this 1.2 kilowatt power supply. This thing's heavy as shit. It's like a full extension lift to this thing. God damn. There's no way that this is going to end up in the final computer. I'll tell you that much right now. Smash cut to this being part of the build. Anyway, this isn't, 1200 watt power supply is not going to end up in my computer. I'm going to spend far more money than I would spend on something like this in order to create something like this. Because I like this. I like this. So I have this power supply. It was given to me because if you're into electronics, everyone's old crap ends up in your possession, right? Everyone's old crap ends up in your possession. It typically takes the form of power supplies, old computers, old computer parts. Sometimes that's good. A lot of the times that's bad. 90% of the time I will refuse things like computer power supplies. I only have so much room to work with these things. But this is a 1200 watt power supply. It's a pretty serious fucking thing. So I figured I'd keep it kicking around just in case I needed it. And now I do. But I don't have the wires. Wasn't given the wires. So, yeah, PCIe COM port. It is a pretty good damn friggin' power supply, you know? This is a pretty serious thing. I'd be running this computer perfectly right now if I had this. I have a feeling when I plug this in, get it working with this thing, the AIO is going to be the limiting factor of this whole build. The AIO and the PCIe 3 riser cable will be the only limiting factors. But yeah. So anyway, I'm a computer. Stop all the downloading. I don't have the cables for this. I ordered them. They're on their way. I'm not going back to Micro Center. I have to go through like 5 school zones in order to get there. So it's like a long drive, and it's not supposed to be. It's like actually like pretty close. But so I'm not going back to Micro Center. I ordered them online. They will get here. I can refresh the page and see what Amazon says happened to them. Refreshing. Hold on. Shipped via U.S. Postal Service. Delivered today. The package was left inside the resident's mailbox. I didn't get any motion alerts, and that's why. Let's go get them. I'll be right back. Let's do some benchmarking now. We don't have to faff about in Fusion. I'll figure out Fusion on my own. It's going to take me all afternoon to do it. But let's end the stream with some actual like numbers, because I'm still concerned. Like if it shuts down when a 3D application starts, that's still a pretty serious thing. When they go directly to the mailbox, they don't pass by. They're not in the zones of the cameras. You have to get closer to the house to do that. All right, so I'll be right back. I'll leave you guys a little music. Just a little. How do I do that? Overlays, BRB. That comes up right on my face. I'm gonna do. I should finish what I was doing over here. We can just leave the program hanging. I gotta find my browser window, music, so you guys know things are still happening. All right, so I will be back in just a second, and then we can actually put this stuff to the test. I'm also gonna go to the bathroom. See, I like it with a white background. Because that's how it was originally animated. It's a little clunky with my drop shadow, but... Alright, BRB, I'm back. Boop, boop. Okay, it is fucking gorgeous out there right now. It is a beautiful, beautiful day. I would suggest everybody go touch grass, especially if you're in the Northeast, anywhere around Pennsylvania, because it's fucking beautiful out. It's like painted skies, Pennsylvania outside right now, and the temperature is just perfect. Yeah, I got Corsair because it's Corsair power supply, and I figure if this is going to be my backup going forward, I should probably get the correct cables. And actually, I'll tell you something. I didn't actually set out to buy Corsair cables. I just looked and saw that they had the right, like, thing. Clear skies for the lunar eclipse. Is that done? Because it was fucking cloudy as shit yesterday because it's been raining for a month. So, tilt the garden. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, I haven't had much of a chance to get out. That was pretty much it. Going and getting the mail. Otherwise, I'm stuck in a basement for the rest of my fucking life. I hate it. I hate it. That was 2 days ago. Okay, time flies when you're stuck in a basement. God, guys, I cannot communicate to you guys how much I would love to be topside and doing this kind of stuff. Like, my whole adult life has been spent in basements. I hate it. And I am only just past the year of the joke of living in your mother's basement age, you know? Just past that. Weather spoiling space fun. I actually played bass in that band in high school. Weather spoiling space fun. We dressed up in a lot of like kitschy spacesuits and stuff for our concerts. Radon warrior. I don't think we have a radon pump in this house. I haven't seen it. Wait. No. There is one, I think. I just hate it, man. I really hate being in basements all the time. But it's like the place that this kind of stuff happens, right? You can't really get away from it. I would love to have a room that has windows. It'd be even cooler if I had a view of Philadelphia. What are they possibly going to tell me about this? Oh my God, none of these are English. Where's English? Speak English. Note on environmental protection. After the implementation of European Directive 2012/19/EU in the national legal system, the following applies. Electrical and electronic devices may not be disposed of with domestic waste. Wait, what? This directive is something that everybody ignores, huh? I like my basement. I mean, I guess I could warm up to... You know what I want? You know what I really want? Is I want to have a Djibouti-style situation, which sounds like a sex act, but it's a Djibouti show. Exists in a house in LA, and their whole bottom floor is like the streaming setup. It's pretty crazy. I would love that. I would love to be one of these people that lives in a weird house. Because my folks all my life, and not my roommates, but my folks all my life have like the traditional setup. They always have like a sitting room that nobody ever goes in, and like, you know, all that kind of stuff. Here's the dining room, here's the sitting room, here's the television room. It's like, ugh. I want to live in like a space where I can have all my electronic shit, and maybe like a TV room and a bed. That's all I need. Do they do Djibouti dubs? Yes, sir. They're on Twitch. We've rated them before, and they've actually rated me once. That was pretty damn cool. They know who I am. It's kind of crazy. Weird, right? What's the other one? Consumers are obligated by law. To return electrical and electronic devices at the end of their service lives to the public collecting points set up for the purpose or point of sale. But we actually do this here. You can return stuff to like Staples. Huh. Details to this are defined by the national law of the respective country. The symbol on the product, the instruction manual, or the package indicates the product is selected these regulations. By recycling, reusing the materials or other yeah, it's going to end up in China where some kid's going to hold it over an open fire until all the solder drips into a pan, and then they sell that to the scrap metal collector. I've seen it, like the end life of motherboards. It is, it's bad. It's bad. All right, so that's all that is. Cables. This is more than I need. I was hoping to just get what I needed, but all right, let's hook this baby up, see what she does. This is kind of exciting. We got to get our 2 PCIEs. This didn't come with forks. I'm very disappointed. Our cables e-waste. They have copper in them. So yeah. I'll throw my electronic trash anywhere I want since I pay an e-waste fee. I wonder if I do that. I'll have to check next time the bills roll around. I'll have to check next time the bills roll around. Next time the bills are in town. We got that split Corsair thingy-majig for the motherboard power. So that is specifically, I think, I don't know if other modulars do that, but I made sure that I had that for this one. I think I just ended up getting Corsair just because it looked like it was kind of the right thing. Like, I didn't put that much thought into it. It turns out I did exactly what I should have done. Glad for that. I take my stuff to a computer recycle center and I try to repurpose it. Oh, that's cool. You know, my stuff ends up getting used for various ridiculous fucking purposes. The old motherboard and stuff is going to sit around in this shop for a little while until I need like a server for something, and then I'll end up throwing it into a rack case or something like that. I take my e-waste to the ocean and I throw it at dolphins. And they get kind of pissed off, but it's fun. It's fun and it's funny to me. And I usually have a pretty decent time. It's nice. It's nice to be able to give back to the environment. Fucking dolphins. Yeah, they know what they did. They know what they did. Why do these have to cross? What? Corsair. Corsair, what are you doing? What are you doing, bud? Buddy, you got 2 big banks of cables coming off of this thing. But they don't plug in like this. They plug in like this. What are you doing, bud? You feeling okay? Bada bing. Bada boom. Bada badongo. Uh-oh, that's the wrong size. What's going on there? Huh. Hold on a minute. This is exactly what I didn't want to have happen. Might be the wrong generation. Because that is 6 plus 2. And this isn't. Shit. We might not be able to do this today. That's bullshit. How do I get around that? I don't think there is a way to get around that. Damn it. What the hell is this generation then? $1,200i. Time to repair? No, no, no. I'll just look for the one cable that I need. Because I got both of the PCIEs here. This is exactly what Turvey was like. Did you make sure you did the right thing? And I'm like, yeah, of course, you dumb fuck. And then, then this happens. Is it the wrong end? What is this? This is PCIe. Peripheral and SATA. I guess this just goes to the 4s. Yeah. Yup, yup, yup. Isn't it the other way around? What you talking about, Willis? These two there. Yeah, what am I doing something mechanically wrong? So this one is this one goes to the motherboard. I don't think it's a combination of the two. Repin. Yeah, there's too many pins and I don't have that connector here. This one fits, but that's yeah. Well, CPU is supposed to go like up there and this one gets distributed. No, I just don't have the, it's not there. Back to Amazon real quick. Ah, that's annoying. That's really annoying. Move this. Go over here. Corsair. Dun, 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 bump. So I want just to the motherboard power cable, but I want it to fit 24 pin ATX. I'm so nervous using mismatched PSU cables, even if it's the same manufacturer. Wire's wire, dude. I mean, there's a possibility that, you know, if it's the same brand, it should be up to the same standard, but yeah, I don't know what they're doing at the other end. Hold on, let's look up the power supply. AX 1200i. I. Oh, there you, Shorty immediately pulled it up. Oh, I would try 1200. This is like homework. My brain hurts. All AXI excludes 1600i. Which one? This is AX 1200i. Would that put it in this category? I think it would. Different OEM builders. I don't know. I don't know what this is. 24 pin ATX. So it doesn't, hold on a minute. It didn't fit in the other way. Like this is, yeah, because there's the little links don't even, yeah, okay. That's not going to plug in like alternatively, like if I shift it over, no. It's like a different pin pitch. No, it isn't. How's that even possible? Hold on. Yeah, no, that's not the right thing. Yeah, type 3. So I put see how quickly I can get this. I really don't want a $30 fucking cable. Please. Please, I don't want to spend another $30. I don't need a pack. I just need the one. This is the big one, though. Just jam it in there, yeah. I could, if I had the sockets, I would gladly repin it, because I'm perfectly capable of repinning a cable. I have all the stuff I would need to repin it. Yeah, I just don't have the socket that's going to fit in to the Corsair. He kept the cables for himself. I don't know. He figured I would do something mutant out of it, which technically, you know, I'm perfectly capable of doing. What's the other end? You don't even tell me what the other end is. What's the other end? What's the other end? What's the other end? What is the other end? Why don't you tell me what the other end is? What is it? Maybe I can just get the can I just get the like now another question here. Cannibal Jesus, hey, thank you for gifting a sub to Short Lurker. It's 28 gift subs. That's a lot of gift subs, man. Thank you. Thank you. So I would need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I need 10 and 14, and I just don't think I have that. Yeah, I don't think any of these are cross compatible. These are meant for like idiots, right? These are meant for like drooling idiots so that they don't blow up their computer. Turns out I am indeed the idiot here, because I got the wrong thing. I mean, the Type 4 header works. It's just this needs to be fewer pins. I don't understand how there are so many excess pins on this thing. I have enough pins over here. Damn it, I was really hoping we could do some benchmarking. There's plenty of this. So what are they doubling up on? They're doubling up on a couple. 3, in fact. Why? They're doubling up on 3 of the pins. How do they have so many goddamn pins here and they don't have one represented over here? I'm not about to start cutting stuff. So I would rather just buy my way out of this situation. I hate to spend this money, but this project is going to start eating money if I allow it. The white cable's the only one that I've found so far. I'll just click on it. I hate myself for clicking on it. Makotronics! Thank you for the 44 months. It's all 4s. Everything is 4s all the way down. Check that the base connector doesn't split. Nah. No seam. No seam. This one has a separately marked row of 3 on the end. That's a Type 4 that I clicked on. We haven't gotten there yet. Hold on. I'm being drawn in 5 directions at once. This happens whenever I make a mistake. I go crazy and I panic. And then I'm scared and I don't know where I am. This has like 3 markings on the last 3. I don't know what the... Damn you, Corsair. You did this to me. These will go in the power supply bin. But I need a Type 3 because this thing is old. Corsair motherboard Type 3. Gen 2. Son of a bitch. SATA. Gen 4. This is the one that I think I know I didn't order $60. That wasn't starter kit. Corsair. I don't need the whole, I'm not going to buy the whole kit again. Single connector, PCIe. None of these, what is that cable called? It's not just, oh. Corsair cable Type 3. Type 3 Gen 2 should be the right thing. Sleeved 24, not prime, Corsair. All right, let's make sure. I need to make sure that it gets here. Climate pledge friendly. Ha! No, I would like you to use dolphin oil to get that to me quicker. Nothing on the chart mentions Gen. Yeah, it's type. Maybe that's what they're calling it. Well, thank you for choosing for me, Amazon, but it is the wrong choice. Let's see, $80. No. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Really? We're in page 2. You know it's gotten dire. You know it's extreme when you get to page 2. All right, so that search term didn't pull up a lot. Back to what we were looking at before. That would be Gen 2, $30. 1200i is a bit of an overkill. It's a test supply, man. Like, God, you computery people are nothing but frustrating. Did you know that you're doing this wrong? Yes, I do. Amazon got the wrong cable returned by accident. They sent me the right cable. I ordered the wrong cable. I told you guys that I didn't really pay attention when I was ordering. It's all completely my fault. So that one is the 12. Where's my thing? It's 1, 2, 3, 5. And then the other one is 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that is the right one. Gen 2. See if we can find one that's below $30. Corsair. Type 3. That's not the right one. No. Type 3, looking for the motherboard. That one's PCIe. Somebody out there has got to be selling it. $24, but not even prime. Both have Type 4 written on them, which means they're not compatible. This one has Type 4 written on both of these, right? Yeah, Type 4. We're looking for Type 3. This is amazing. Thank you, Corsair, for updating your standards for some reason. It's really nice of you to do. That was really a great move. I'm very happy that you did that. Very, very happy. .24-pin, blue-black, Corsair. I don't know if I can go to Micro Center and get the type that I'm looking for. I think that might be the problem. Micro Center has an extremely large selection of stuff, but Type 4. Damn it! Did they change this just to get people to buy? I've got this $32 cable sitting in front of me that could solve this problem. It's $30 though. It's ridiculous. It's utterly ridiculous. But I don't think anybody else is just selling the motherboard cable, and this is prime. But it's white. It's gonna look like shit. 24-pin, detachable 4-pin, 2 feet, white, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I'm just not, the terms aren't coming up, and I wanna get it prime because it'll get here fast, but Corsair Type 3 motherboard. It's all the same stuff. Get rid of Corsair. Let's go off brand. We're going off brand. Oh my god! All right, Type 3 motherboard cable. No. Modular. Same stuff. Customization mod. Yeah, see, we're getting out of brand, which is good. So motherboard power. Type 3 motherboard power. Yeah, that's it. That's it right there. That's what it is. Oh, that's cute. Oh dear. I guess that can help you clean up your connectors, I guess. Yeah, there's not a whole lot going on here, is there? Not a whole lot going on here. I find it odd that I can't just like get the motherboard cable. We've skirted very close to it, but I don't want to spend $30. That's like half of a cheeseburger delivery. All right, I'm gonna have to spend $30. I think that's just where we are. I think that's where we're at with this thing. Call Micro Center. I guess I could. We're looking for modular power cable. .12-pin. Let's add a motherboard to that, maybe. We got 295 items at my local one. Sort by. Oh my god. Can I double search? This isn't DigiKey. It's not letting me do that. What did I look for? Modular power cable motherboard. Pop. Nope. 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 Oh, close. Cable mod. Those are power extensions. Nope. Double nope. Triple nope. I think it's playing a little fast and loose with our search terms. Bring the power supply to Micro Center. Like, put it on a little cart. My donkey pulled cart. Sleeve. They're all like, the little packs are all just like PCIe and accessories. I need the big one. I need the motherboard one. I'm gonna have to spend $30. I hate that I have to do that. Hate it. I hate it, hate it, hate it. Gotta spend money to make money. That's not true. I don't even think I got $30 for this stream. This sucks. This sucks. I have been saving up the money though. I would rather repin something, but I don't think I have. Let me look around to see if I have the right pins. If I have the shroud, I can repin it. I don't think I have anything that explicitly says Type 3 on it, but yeah, eBay would be probably the other way to go. But I want this now. Like I can't wait any longer for this. Can't. All right. So did I stash any specific Molex kind of stuff? I mean, I have old Molex stuff in here. I don't think I have anything new. I don't exactly deal in modular power supplies. I think FK Productions probably has one of the right cables, I bet. Because he did all that crypto stuff that he's broken down. He's got bins full of cables. Yeah, there's nothing in there. Where else would I have put something like that? I don't think I have a lot of that kind of stuff. The power supply bin I was just looking at, and there's like nothing in there. What do we got over here? This is an excuse for me to squat on the fan for a little bit. Actually, like cool off a little. Yeah, I don't see anything ATX related in these bins. I can kind of peek into the bins from the side, and there's a couple power supplies in here that are computer compatible, but they don't have. I mean, they're not going to have like a 6-pin, or sorry, what is it? A 10-pin and a 14-pin. Well, we already have one of the pins. Wait, what is all this stuff? Hold on, I found something here. What are you? You are a power supply that I've started to pull apart. What do you have on you? Just a 4-pin. Damn it. It's just the type of thing you find around here, crawling around. Look what I caught. Whoa, he's a feisty one. Oh, whoa, okay, all right. Okay, all right, it stopped. Whew. Man, you just find this stuff crawling around. I could repin it, but all I got is this thing right here. That's 4 pins. So it's not the right thing. Part number for the stock 3-pin. Solo sleeving. Look at that one real quick. PSU cable and compatibility. Oy, oy. Well, it's got a good pinout on it. Combine them. Well, I'd love to do that, but I literally was about to do that, but I don't have the connectors. So hold on. Show you guys. This is like a little, like what, 100-watt PSU? 300-watt. Yeah, 300 watts. Perfect. Now, it's basically been a science project. It's a science project. It's a living. Can't really do that voice because my throat's getting a little dry. It's a living. Yeah, can't do it. Dry throat. I would need this. Hold on. I need this specific connector because I could repin this. This one already fits. I need that connector. I need to repin it. Now, what does it line up with? These Molexes are a particular way. It's possible that I could just cut it, the connector itself, just make a mutant, and we just have to make sure that all the pins are correct. So, box on that end. I think maybe it's just a 1 row added on the right. Oh, it's actually 2 rows. Okay, 2 rows, and so we're looking at. Okay, hold on. I have to line this up properly. We might get away with hacking the cable apart, which is not my... Well, I like that I have to do it because it shows how fucking crazy we can get around here, but my basement is also e-waste storage. Yeah, I know, right? It happens eventually to the best of us. Hold on. What the hell's wrong with me? I think I went outside. Have more water. Type 4 has a 12 volt and 5.5 volt sense and 2 grounds. Last 4 pins. Okay, so what I'm interested in right now is the connector compatibility. That's what I'm interested in. And then we have to basically figure out what each individual output from the Type 3 is and cater to that. Because I want, so if it's on one end or the other, I need to figure out. Because Molex has a particular pattern to it, but sometimes they monkey around with it. Like, for instance, one under this one, a oval. Yeah, so we can cut these off. And that is what Nosferatu is saying. It's the sense pins and stuff. Which makes sense, because these two go over here to these two. And then this one is a ground, but this one goes over to, so where is that supposed to go normally? Oh, it's doubled up. It's doubled up. So these last 4 are just not used. Let's get those out of there. The link I showed shows both. Well, okay, so what we've just discovered is we can just get rid of these 4. I can cut the connector, I can get rid of the locking tab, and then we're ready to go. So yeah, let's do that. Who was that person that came in that was nervous about using other manufacturers' cable? Welcome to my stream, where we pick things apart. We make mutants out of everything, and I don't waste my money buying ridiculous bullshit over and over again until I get it right. All right. This is the thing that Schmide made me buy. This is so good. Yeah, so if you didn't notice, I've got sitting in front of me a custom 500 watt power supply, Radeon 6900 XT, 5950X on a Strix B550i gaming, and then I lean over to fart. My power supply is 500 watts. It's built out of custom military industrial style, scientific style power modules. So we have 500 watts here that could probably be pushed to 600 watts if you do it correctly. But unfortunately, in my testing of this new machine, we're pushing the limits a little too far. But the power supply modules are cool because I can just add another one onto the end. I would really love to go up to the modern Vicor stuff if they would just sponsor me. But I am an ant. I am a little peon. I have barely 86 viewers. And now that I've actually mentioned it, it's going to plummet to like 5 people. Nobody fucking watches my show. I'm not entertaining or charismatic in any way. So I don't have any push when I contact a giant industrial company that's pushing billions of dollars a year. They're just like, huh, and then they crush me under their heel. They don't even bother to crush me under their heel. They just take the bathroom sprayer and spray, and I just go down the drain. And then that's it. That's all they won't even lift a fingernail to eradicate me from their lot. But anyway, I'm nothing to them. I've tried contacting some industrial motor people, and I got back that they don't like that I use swearsies. They don't like that I use curse words. I shouldn't have used a curse word 20 minutes into my video. So there's a little hope for getting sponsorships. It would be cool though. I mean, if Vicor wanted to sponsor anyone, see the one that's got the little bend in the end? Stop fucking cursing. This, and then that's a cool splash screen. Just the impeller of the that's kind of cool. Where are we? How do I know that this one is the one that I used to undo Molex connectors? What is that atrocity? What are you talking about? The thing that bugged me was a discussion that was had recently where the streamer was incredulous about people using tags on their stream. And I'm like, this is the same streamer that complains about the lack of discoverability on Twitch. Also making fun of his friends for using particular tags. Look at how easy that is when you have the right tool. Get a hammer and smash stuff instead of swear words. What, get smashed and then smash stuff? That's like a pastime of mine. I don't know. I use the type 1 diabetes tag because I have type 1 diabetes, and it's nice that people with type 1 diabetes find my channel and go, "Hey, how do you deal with this?" And I'm like, "Oh, I don't know, it sucks." And you can kind of commiserate. You don't need to be a type 1 diabetic to care about that tag, but it's nice to have. I would not suggest you do this yourself unless you've done lots of stuff like this, which I have. We verified the pinouts, so we know a little bit about what this thing has. Oh, and if I recall correctly, Molex connectors are more easily eviscerated with just a knife. They'll just cave to the knife. Of course, using a hardened knife blade in this way is very, very dangerous, so be careful. No returns now. I know we passed the point of no return like weeks ago. Yes, sir. There it is. Now it's type 3. Do you see what I did, Corsair? Do you see what I did to type 4? This is what I think of your type 4. You bastards. Ah! Ugh. Oh, damn it, I messed that up. I was... no, not like this. Fuck, I twisted at the very end. I would have to order 5 more times. Did Amazon blacklist you? Only if I return it. Oh man, I'm messing it up. I usually don't mess that up. There it is. I was going too hard. Fuck you. All right. So now we got that. Technically, I should put shrink wrap around these 3 ends. Are there any other differences between the type 3 and the type 4? I got to look it up. I'm going to do a little bit of tape around these. I'll just use some gaffers. RMAing a CPU with AMD requires you to take a picture in socket with the RMA number to prove the pins aren't bent. Holy crap. Yeah, I don't know why AMD is still using pins. I think that's a really bad idea on their part. I think that's bad news. Pins should not... we shouldn't have any pins on anything, but I guess they can't send you with an air soldering kit to do your own CPU. I miss the days of the Pentium 2. The whole fucking thing was on its own socket. But those don't carry signals fast enough. Always take a picture of the pins before you bend them. That's right. Save it in your wallet so that you can or save it on your phone, the picture of the bent pins, so you can send it to your boss later and get a day off. Or no, wait. I think that's hospital. You're supposed to bend to the hospital before you... No, that's not right. I forget all these tips and tricks. They're all starting to meld together. Much like these cables that I just taped. That's gaffer's tape. It's not electrical tape. It'll come off clean. That's really sloppy, but it'll at least protect these. If this all works, maybe I'll clip the cables down at the base just so that they're not in the way. You guys get days off? Question mark. All right. Now, listen, I'm not just going to plug this thing in after hacking off 4 of the pins, right? I am going to take a little bit of time now to actually verify that they are indeed pin compatible, because that plugs in, but plugging in is half of the battle. Will you test it? I'm gonna verify it on paper, and then I'll plug it in and power it up and see what happens. I don't want to blow up thousands of dollars of hardware right now. You know that urge that you get sometimes to not blow up thousands of dollars of hardware. Actually, I need to see whether or not we need to repin anything. All right, so let's take a look here. I wanted to see how this is done. This is crazy. This is a bench test of our hardware, so. I'm involving a 1200 watt PCU that friend dropped off, and I never suspected that I would have any use for it at all, because most of the stuff we do around here is like basic electronics and DC stuff, right? We try to get into some more advanced things, And I've been trying to get us more in the direction of robotics and motor control and stuff like that, things that I know. We used to take stuff apart on Fridays. I ran out of stuff to take apart. I might have to just pull stuff that we've already taken apart out again, but then we don't get the surprise of like, wow, they decided to do this on the PCB. Anyway, but you know, we generally don't do a lot of computing projects. I just have my baby right here, my crazy weird computer that I've been slowly modifying over time. And this is something that I planned years and years ago, which was jumping from older pre-pandemic hardware that was still, it was actually very nearly pre-crypto, very nearly. Things had just started to become very scarce when I got my graphics card. And then the pandemic happened and crypto happened more and everything became completely unavailable. And so eventually I was able to source this card. I was able to source the card, which is the last thing that I needed, 4 days before AMD had the 59 or 6950. Oh well, I'm okay with a little bit of underpowered, quote unquote, underpowered hardware, but all right. So these are the pins. So this one plugs in just fine. That one is what we modified? No. Oh boy. I don't think, is our pin layout here? 5 volts and 12 volts on the outsides there. 3 power supplies, same pin out across multiple different units. Pin out. So where's, yeah, Corsair Type 4 and Corsair Type 3. That's what I want. So Corsair Type 4 and Corsair Type 3. These are the ones that we want to compare. And I want a much more narrow browser window so I can actually look at both of these at the same time. Ugh, my poor browsers. All right, so this would be Type 3. This is Type 4. Yeah, we've already got problems. Hold on. So these are the extra ones right here. Oh, okay. All right. No, never mind. 5 volt ground, ground, ground. 5 volt. Something's moving. Hold on. 5 volt ground, ground, ground. 5 volt power on. 5 volt power on. Ground, ground. 3.3, negative 12, 3.3. Okay, cool. We're good to go. That's it. Just cutting them up. Double check right tab. What are you talking about? No, we got it right. We got it right, chat. Sorry. The chat messages are fairly slow. They roll in slow. 3 ground, 12, 5. You see what happens when I don't even look at chat and I just work? Sometimes I get stuff right without you guys. My ages. 23 months. I just folded my fingernail over and it was moderately painful. God damn it. Owie. Hold on. I got emergency surgery. That almost went in my water jug. My ages. It's almost 2 years of watching you tinker. It's still going. Yeah, my life hasn't really moved at all. I've gotten slightly more popular on the platform, but I'm still here. God damn it. No, don't get reflective. Thank you. Thank you for the 2 years of support. I really appreciate you spending the time and the money, and mainly the money. The money is really where it stings. All of our pins are compatible. We just lopped off the 12 volt sense and 5 volt. I don't know why they changed it. They decided that maybe they needed to pump a little bit more current through their cables. Maybe they decided that it would be cheaper if they split up the duties of some of the higher current 5 volts. I don't care. Either way, this works. We just cut the fucking thing with a knife. So now I can hook up my computer to this and blow it up. And then we can see what happens after that. So let me make a little bit of room all the way over here. Starting to get kind of crazy. I'm getting loopy because it's getting on the high hour mark for the stream. So this little guy right here goes to this little guy right here. Let me so I brought one of my 1080p monitors over here just so that we'd have enough graphics. Also because I took it off of my desk, because I'm going from 3 screens, being a streamer, going from 3 screens down to 2. And I think that's gonna open up my desk a lot, and I don't really do anything with the 3rd monitor anyway. I put like statistics on it and maybe chat when I'm streaming games, but I can deal with chat on a different screen. I can just move them. Totally fine by me. Power cable over here. Everything is like buried under stuff. We're at that point of the project when things have gone wrong enough that you've started to have layers of stuff. Let's do that. I'll go over here. Whoa, whoa, where are you guys? Ah, ah. Anyway, all right. More screens, more fun. Not true. Not true. I have to argue with that. Not true. All right, you just have that back there. Space is at a premium, and this thing doesn't really like standing on its own. So, got a couple of these guys over here. The extension cables, I think, were a good buy. That way I can take back a little bit of the space that I have here. Steal it back. Get all my space. Fingers crossed. Yes. I don't see any reason why this would fail. I hate these split connectors. These are... you thought we were done with shitty Molex connectors. And then Molex came out with a split connector. You know, everybody's hands sighed a final sigh of relief when we were done with those fucking square Molex connectors with the 4 pins on them. And then Molex decides to do split connectors and everything went to shit again. I wish we could just use an XT style banana connector on all these things. I guess maybe it would slip out and people wouldn't like that. Make a locking banana connector. That's my claim to fame. I'll make a locking banana connector with a couple data pins on it. I mean, Molex already does that, but... Yeah. What are you doing? Aren't you fitting in? You have mustard on my thumb? What's that? Ugh. Yeah, the translucent Molexes were just the worst. Just the worst. So glad we don't have to deal with those anymore. This is... Hold on, this one's fighting me. Yeah, they would get all like discombobulated, and you would end up like, if you really forced it in, you'd end up crushing a pin. They were a bad design. Whoever made those should feel bad. Is there like a defect in there? It doesn't look different. It's just out of alignment, I guess. This does go like that, yeah. Yeah, it's like this one plugs in, this one doesn't. I just gotta get the little extension to plug in. Wait a minute. No, there's a little tab on that. There it goes. You never want to force these things. There we go. Okay. And then finally, the motherboard. Try to get these as much out of the way as I can. It's like tangled in my keyboard. Get out of there, keyboard. Nobody invited you to this party. No. Now the mouse is involved. Get out of there. Jesus. Who built this fucking computer? God. All right. Yeah, the old Molexes would allow you to 7-volt the fans. It's true. Those are some of the old school computer hacks. Don't like how loud your fans are? Under voltage them. Nowadays, you just go into the BIOS and you're like, hey, I don't want as much fan as you got. And the motherboard's like, all right, I guess. Oh, please. Okay. All right, so that's gonna block everything. Jesus Christ. This is getting silly. All right, keyboard and mouse gotta plug in. You plug it in over here. I gotta find the USB socket again. Get out of here. Get out of here. Getting mad at my own computer peripherals. Yeah, this is gonna be a Vampire Survivor rig. That's why I've done red and black. I actually got that game that everybody's playing, V something or other. I know Rabaz has been playing it, but I got a key. Not gonna be able to get to it for a little bit. I gotta finish this stuff. Not that I think the graphics are pretty taxing on that one. V something, yeah, it's, I forget the name now. It's like it's not Survivor, but it is a survival game. All right, so we got some, I mean, the old power supply stuff is still rattling around, right? Oh, wait, hold on. I'm driving a knife into my setup. Let's get the knife out of the way. The knife, what we use to repin our Molex. Something just like collapsed underneath the, what was that? Was it just this? I think it was. Oh no, that's the fan connector in the front corner. All right, so we've reached a point of testing. What I have is a haphazardly placed AIO cooler that we know works on the processor now. V Rising, yeah, I think that's the one. Yeah. Okay, I have a 1200 watt PSU sitting behind the monitor. We plugged that into everything because we didn't think we had enough power. I think we don't have enough power. Finally, after running a bunch of tests, we're gonna let's do a couple tests on this thing to see whether or not the GPU is gonna come up to full speed, right? This seems like the perfect no bother PC. I really want to do the thing that I was showing earlier with the two radiators like that, so it'll look like a V6, the two radiators crossways. I'm like this close to just breaking down and launching into that. I think first I need to secure that the power supply works for the rest of the setup, because if I do the V6 design, I will plumb the power supply into everything else. One is that I installed Linux recently. Running games on my PC is faster on Linux. I would assume so. With Proton on Windows. And yes, to check the background processes. Nobody asked. Nobody asked. I mean, yeah, I totally believe you, and that's cool, but we're not talking about that right now. All right, so power to the PC. Well, that goes back here now. So I got this, okay, before we power it on, we got this entire thing running, right? I got this running, I got it on desktop. Initially, it was crashing on desktop, and the NXZT, another fucking $60 purchase. Hold on, I'm reaching over for it. Okay, we were running this cooler on it, which is only slightly undersized. I thought, all right, it should be fine. It wasn't, and it's possible that it wasn't compatible because it wasn't being held down hard enough. I put the screws in, but there's no springs, so it didn't really work. Main issue with operating systems in gaming is not performance operating systems on their own, but rather driver support and optimization. True. Ludricio snuck in and got VIP without adhering to any of my VIP rules, because he's just cool. My VIP rules, chat, are that they should either be, one, a person that can show up at my house without getting shot. I'm just that cute. Yeah, somebody who can show up unannounced at my house and people know them. Or number two is if there's a significant number of gift subs under the account. I don't do anything else with VIPs, and mods are just people that happen to be around and are level-headed enough to actually take action when stuff happens. That's how my channel works. So anyway, we hold on. We got the PC working with this cooler on it, and what initially happened was we would get into the BIOS and we'd see a lot of heat coming out of everything. And I was like, what's going on here? Oh yeah, thermals. We want thermals for this because we're going to be doing some heat testing. we saw a significant amount of heat coming from, and this is the weird part, we saw a significant amount of heat coming from around the cooler and not the cooler itself. FK Productions suggested that he's had trouble with these things not seating quite properly, and he was exactly right. I should have listened to him, but I generally don't listen to my chat, and that's partially by design. It's also partially a way to just keep your sanity while streaming. But anyway, so I pressed on, and I did a bunch of stuff, and there were a bunch of pretty inane theories about exactly what's going on. But when I finally took this thing off, I mean, the heat gunk had been pushed out to the sides. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking of putting a little fan over here, but let's not worry about that right now, please. Please. This thing wasn't fully seated, right? It wasn't cooling properly. I did a knee jerk, and I just went out and I immediately bought an AIO cooler, an undersized AIO cooler, but I ran this with Prime 95. Desktop was totally stable. It got up to 70 degrees Celsius, and then it immediately ramped down with the amount of utilization of the CPU. And that might have been the program doing that, might have been the motherboard backing stuff off. I'm not sure. I don't know what the origin of that was, but from there, I decided to open up my summer car, and it worked. So natively, 3D stuff is able to go through the card and work. Okay. And then I opened up Furmark. This is not exactly the order, but I opened up Furmark, and as soon as I hit the start test button, boop, reboot, go back in. That's actually, Furmark was the initial reset. Then I went back in and I tested my summer car, and that worked. And then I opened up Super Collider, the Unreal Engine benchmark, and it loaded into the benchmark and then immediately rebooted right when it got to the 3D stuff. So what we're going to do now is we have a 1200 watt PC, 1200 watt power supply hooked up to this thing, and it's doing it through umbilical cords. Sounds like the power delivery. Yes. Two concerns. One, not enough watts in the power supply. This is technically a 500 watt power supply. I would think that it would come on a little bit more gradually than that, but it might have gotten busted with inrush so quickly that it was unable to keep up. So my one theory is we need an entire another module on here in order to run 750 watts. And then we boost is off on the processor, so that's a moot. It will be under that amount, barely. These things can do barely. Usually you want a little factor in there, like a 10% above the power requirements, the maximums. Or the thing that I'm worried about, and I'm going to do all this work for it, and it won't matter. Or maybe the inrush was way too much for the power supply, and it needs some kind of a capacitor on it. But anyway, let's power this baby up and see if we can run it through some benchmarks. This will answer some of my questions. The other worrisome thing that it might be is that the what is it? The graphics card might be broken, which I don't think it is. Entirely passively cooled PC when. Thought about it. What's going on here? It's not turning on. Turning it off. I hear clicking from the power supply. I don't know what that is. Everything should be wired correctly. Try turning this back on. Self-test. I hear clicking from inside of it. All right, maybe my 1200 watt power supply doesn't work. We checked the pins. That should be totally fine. Make sure I don't. Oh, well, there's a blue light on in there. Maybe it's okay. Nah, it hates it. Those sense pins aren't connected to anything, and that's fine. And the pinouts are the same. It could just be this thing has problems. Two has a passive CPU cooler? That's crazy. Yeah, clicking from the power supply sounds bad. Yes, it does. All right. So with my other power supply, it's totally fine. Oh, let's turn on thermals. Yeah, nothing going on thermals. Well, yeah, of course it's massive. All right, what's your problem here? Yeah, it's making clicking noises. All right, here, you turn off. Yeah, I need to like move something to a different position. Yeah, I liked using Noctua stuff, but I guess I had to move away from it. Let's see. I don't think the Type 4 differs in any way, right? For these guys? We should check that. Yeah, we should check the Type 4 with the PCIe 3. Maybe that's what's going on. Make sure this thing's off. That is off. Okay, let's check the other pinouts. See if maybe the sense pin on the PCIe changed or something. So looking here, 8 pin and 6, no, they're the same thing. Same exact thing. Yep. 8 pin and 4 pin, PSU. We're not using these, but those are all the same. Yeah, the only difference is that they added 4 pins that we took off. So these 4 over here are not on this one. And so we just cut that thing off right there. And somehow it's not turning on, and maybe this is why this power supply is in my possession. Oh, that would be a terrible... No, but my friend didn't indicate in any way that it was broken. I don't think he would do that to me. So why is it just clicking? Problem is, it's not in a very good place for me to test this either. Do I need to like move the different connectors to different locations? I got all the 3-pin ones over there, and I got the 4-pin ones plugged in. And there's just numbered positions of where they go. I have a feeling they're all on the same buses, but we could just change the bus, move it over there. And the self-test doesn't do anything. Okay, Corsair AX1200i clicking. Really need to stand for that monitor. Excuse me about the cough. I mean to mute that, but... Four units of popping, clicking noise occurring approximately every 15-20 seconds. That's not what this is doing. It's going pop, 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 pop. Coil whine, knocking or clicking. Same knocking noise, AX6010, disturb me much. No, this is just not functioning, so... I wonder if maybe the longer cables are messing with it. If I need to move it closer, if I need to get rid of the extensions, that might be it. I wouldn't think it would be very... Oh, wait. So the problem... The fan checks itself to make sure that there isn't something blocking the fan. It gives itself a little kick, moves a little bit, and says, I'm good, but if it doesn't move, it assumes there's something stuck in the fan. All right, hold on. Is it the fan? I don't have anything in the way of the fan. That fan looks like it should be able to move. Put it like this. There you go, nice and clear. Oops, that's the wrong button. There's like a relay in there. That's what I'm hearing. All right, what if I unplug everything? I have to like hold up a monitor while I do this. I'm sure it's the greatest visual I've ever put to Twitch. Just the best. He's the best. He's got all the best visuals. Oh, geez, give me this cable. Gimme! There. It's possible, like, maybe my taping of the cables did something. Oops, me too. Yeah, the LED doesn't turn on when I hit test. I think this is broken. Ah, that scared the shit out of me, you fucker. You suck, and I hate you. All right. Who did that? You're banned forever. All right. I thought something was like exploded. I hear a relay. It's like very clearly a relay noise that's clicking in there. So there's something wrong with that power supply. That leaves me kind of shit out of luck because I don't have anything above like 500, above 300 watts that I can test this with. Blah, blah, blah. Relay clicking. That's what I just tested. I turned on the PSU and hit the test button, and there was just clicking, and the LED didn't turn on. Using the power up motherboard. Plugging things at another ATX Mobo. Another standby PSU. Give me the other ATX Mobo, so the Mobo's the issue. Blah, 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 blah. Smaller plug, blah, blah, blah. OCP would trip if there was a lot of current. Given the PSU worked with another motherboard. No, that's not it. What bad luck, I know. Damn. Failed self-test. Usually only devices have a modified sign or power inverter. What the fuck are they talking about? RMA and shipping stuff. I was hoping to be able to repair this. Could hear the relay click on. The fan switched on for a couple seconds. We didn't even get that. My shorted GTX 460 makes my PSU click and turn off. Well, we know that this hardware works when I plug in my normal power supply. It can go to desktop and hang there. This is a power supply issue. Red LED is on. See, we don't even get the LED. Press the self-test button and it turned green. It doesn't turn green on this one. No, there's nothing plugged into it, and it's still click, 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 click. And when I press the test button, it makes the click noise again. Jam a clip into the pin. You guys are not listening to... All right. Self-test button. I switched off the power switch at the back, the power supply, while keeping the self-test button pressed. That seemed to do the trick. The PSU worked for a few days. All right, let's try that. Well, yeah, I'm debating whether or not I can actually open up this PSU and effectively repair it. I'm not going to go down that road unless I know, right? Power. Oh, wait, it's still plugged in. Turn it off. Power. Turn it on. Still clicking. It's a little relay noise. Why do you click? You guys can hear that on the mic? Probably can. Just a very basic relay clicking noise. Looking for anything that looks burnt out from what I can see from behind. But I can't access that COM port to see if it wants to tell me anything. It's not even like trying to turn on the fan, it seems. Unplug it, turn it off, give it a minute to discharge. Plug it back in, hold down the button, turn it on. It's dead, yo. This thing is fucked. This thing is completely fucked. Why? More issues. Well, it was a gift. Yeah, it was a gift. Doesn't look like there's a hot fix for this thing. No, it's it actually self-tests the fan initially. That's what I've been reading just now. Any fuse would be fully internal, and I can investigate that. But the fact that it is clicking a relay means that power's getting into most of it. I'm not going to open it up unless it sits for much longer than this, right? Yeah, I think that's required to have an actual glass fuse in it somewhere. So I could probably take a look for that. Some PSUs need a load to turn on and work. Not this one. No funky smell. So this PSU is like it's smarter, right? It's like a 1200 watt PSU with a self-test function and a COM port. Like, it's doing a lot more than your typical. Thank you for the follows. It's doing a lot more than your typical laissez-faire PSU, right? And in doing so, in that added complexity, I'm sure some kind of a system in it is not happy with what we're turning on. Now, load or no load, this thing will turn on, and it has a self-test button that will report whether or not things are working properly. That's what I've been learning from just perusing the forums. You guys saw me basically do a crop dusting on a bunch of different forums and read what problems people were having. And in doing that, I actually discovered that, what the fuck? Oh, friend has a broken piece of electronics that I need to now troubleshoot eventually. I just get called upon for this kind of thing. So, yeah, so in just perusing forums and stuff like that, from what I've been able to tell, this power supply spins up the fan to test that it works at the very beginning of it. We're not even getting to that stage. It should spin it up for just like a second, and then it'll either turn it off or keep it on or whatever it needs to do. I know that my computer works. I know the computer works because I was in the desktop and I installed a bunch of stuff and I did a bunch of other, little install things to kind of start migrating all of my computing stuff over to this new machine. Everything works great. I'm only concerned about getting more power so that we can get into 3D graphics stuff. So, from what I know, from the troubleshooting that I know, from what I've discovered on this thing, it seems as though something else is deeply wrong with this power supply. We don't even get any of this stuff, right? Check from a DVM. So what I probably need to do is open it up and take a look to see if anything's wrong. PC won't start, power supply clicks. It seems like a safety thing is kicking it off. No fuse, not on the plug side. No, I'm using the same cable that I used to do the other tests. What about that other PSU? It's a 300 watt PSU. I'm not going to even touch that for this. I'm going to get a different power cable. When I was doing the knifey throwy thing, when I did the knifey throwy thing, no, because then that wouldn't be on. No, that's not going to do anything. This power cable's been through the ringer. It's got an area of it that's kind of a little bit exposed, and I'm pretty sure that I saw the knife plunge into it when I was tossing the knife around, but that would manifest itself in the circuit breaker there going out. Ever contact the engineers of something that was defective that you fixed? No. Although I have done contact with, I mean, it would be nice if I could. Why is there still crap? I spent like 2 hours yesterday cleaning this thing and it's still covered in shit. Damn it. All right, anyway. I've spoken to the Vicor application engineers about the coil whine, that even though there are no coils in there, I mean, there is a coil inside of the module, but they were like, it changes frequencies and it'll lower it when there's no load to nearly 60 hertz, but you shouldn't be able to hear that. And I'm like, I can very, very clearly hear screeching from the power supply unit when I power down the computer that it's hooked up to. And they're like, no, you can't hear that. I'm like fuck, I can't. They got a little warranty expired sticker on it. We laugh at those here because they're illegal. They are illegal. You're not allowed to void somebody's warranty anymore for removing a screw. Yeah, you're unable to hear that. I'm like, it is distracting. Like, it worries me actually. And I didn't put a power switch on this. I should put a power switch on it, because what I do is when I power down this computer, I unplug it and just leave it like that. It just gets unplugged. Oh yeah, also, you guys should check out Ladricio. He streams. It's pretty cool. PSU for my keyboard used to whistle when the PSU was off. With something like a power brick, if it's making a screeching, whining noise, take it apart or get rid of it as soon as possible. Because we had that. I had a power unit that was doing weird stuff. When we took it apart, every single capacitor inside of the power brick had exploded. It was a mess. It was a complete mess. It was shocking, actually. All right, looks like this is the type where you've got like the metal shroud that goes over top of the rest of the stuff. Yeah, the teenager alarms. I think the only reason that I'm able to still hear those was that I went to a lot of like clubs and parties and raves and stuff. And then, and I hadn't seen a doctor in a long time, but I went to a general practitioner who took one look at my ears and went, oh my God. And then he went and got like special tweezers and stuff, and he pulled Shrek-style plugs out of my ears. So I think, and like he did that, and then I could fucking hear sound. Like I could identify like a gnat from 25,000 yards. It was ridiculous. I was hearing frequencies mankind was not was not cut out to experience. They should have sent a poet. But yeah, the Shrek-style plugs came out, and I think from there, I've just always been able to hear that teenager alarm. I have a constant coil one on my left ear. Yeah, I've got tinnitus as well. You know, people say it tinnitus. It's not an itis. How do you want to operate this, my friend? Can we please just... I know we have our differences, but you could just let go. You could just let go of the top of the shroud, please. All right, there we go. This thing is like not designed to be taken apart, believe it or not. All right, there it is. Okay, so you coming with me. Oh, dear God, that was the whole connector moving. Not just the part that was supposed to unplug. What the fuck? Wait a minute. They glued it. Oh, my God. All right, I gotta be careful now. Yeah, yeah. Left eardrum had one extra layer and is half as thick as it's supposed to be. Oh, wow. Yeah, I got my visor that can see everything. The whole connector moved because they glued the ever-loving fucking shit out of it. There's two wires that go up to the fan. One of them is a temperature monitor. What we got down here? We got a power supply input filter. All right, so what's going on inside of this unit here? I could spend a lot of time going through exactly the design and what's what on this thing. Big MOSFET heat sinks there. Got a bunch of other little digitally guys here. Now I gotta be careful around these. Oh, look, that looks familiar. Freaking made out of giant capacitors. Nothing outwardly looks wrong, aside from the fact that I yanked on this thing too much. I gotta be careful about poking metal in this thing, because we have very large capacitors here. Now there are relays. There's a relay here. This might be the one that's clicking. Looks like it. So nothing looks outwardly damaged in here. A lot of celastic. There's like some hookups here that probably give us more information about stuff. It's a fairly advanced power supply. There's a lot of technology in here. Can't really see exactly what's going on. I don't know, chat. I don't know. What is that thing? That's a weird part sitting down there. Yeah, this is where the big sparks come out. That one looks a little bit rough. Otherwise, this thing looks brand new. There's no evidence of damage anywhere. So, what could it be? It could be a bad component. We just don't see. Nothing looks melted. Nothing looks perturbed at all. All this stuff is clean. It's brand fucking new, guys. I don't know. Blue wire to there. Brown wire to there. Turn this thing on and it works. Yeah, it's a full cutoff power switch. Neutral goes to the black wire, which goes to the blue wire. No, wait, to the brown wire. Yeah, that's correct. So neutral and power are correctly situated. Nothing appears wrong, which is a disadvantage to me. Oop, you guys have a weird angle, sorry. The live bone connects to the fuse bone. There's no fuse in this thing. I mean, there's got to be something like a fuse, but I don't see a glass fuse anywhere. Save for, there's a big gray box under that. Oh, there it is. There it is right there. Okay, so I need continuity on that. All right, I found the fuse. Check it. I mean, the fact that something's clicking in here is indicative of things working. So it's behind these two connectors is the fixed fuse, and or just maybe an over temperature disconnect. It depends on what exactly they're trying to accomplish with this thing. So we'll go to ohms on the multimeter, which is trying to stick to everything as it does. No, it's not. The input power thing is just filtration. There's no, it's two separate components. There's no hatches on there. Those are where we get the biggest spark that Chad has ever seen. Oh, there you go. I can just do that. Fuse works. I mean, damage to the temperature probe, no. It's making a clicking noise. That's like completely different from your typical, you know, reasons that something like this goes wrong. It's a totally different animal. Let me look at the other electronics on the other side. I still got to be careful around this thing because there's giant capacitors, so. Big capacitors on power supplies are a frightening thing. I mean, there's a lot of really good chips on this thing, a lot of really cool stuff going on. I do not see anything scorched or burnt or even slightly angry. Maybe a little bit around some of the connectors, but those are probably like hand soldered. Ah, the monitor. Hold on. Prop that. I tried to get you guys closer and it knocked over my old monitor. My setup is very precarious right now, all right? Shut up. Ah! Jesus. There's a lot of cool stuff on the board, but I don't see any of it relating to power supplies not working. There's no real evidence of anything going on here. I'm a little concerned about how hard I pulled on that cable. It might be broken. No, I guess it's okay. I mean, it does expect the fan to spin up initially. Maybe something's wrong with the fan? This gave me a heart attack. You and me both. I am not going to be able to get this thing functioning. This problem seems a lot deeper than the kind of stuff that I can troubleshoot realistically at the outset of this. I really want to benchmark this computer, and I'm not about to go buy a 700-watt power supply for it. Yeah, it's like brand new, and yet it doesn't work. Tack on a power supply repair project. Because, I mean, it's like a relay clicking, and so I need to find some knowledgeable person who's done similar, because this thing is clearly not in warranty anymore. I don't think I can RMA somebody else's thing. Any number of things could be going wrong with this, too. That's the unfortunate part about it. I was hoping for an exploded capacitor. You know, the usual suspects when you do this kind of stuff. But, I mean, I could still pull the whole board and see if there's any scorching underneath. Everything else is, like, new. Everything looks new. So, I do not see where a problem could be occurring, especially on initial boot where it just doesn't do anything. It's super pricey. They might swap it. I guess so. Always give it a shot. And the only damage that I could really see is this bar. I gotta be careful. Those bars can sometimes hold a lot of current. That bar looks a little rough. What is all this stuff? Man, there's a lot of stuff on this. Very strange. Well, I've already busted their little warranty sticker, even though it's illegal for them to do anything about that. Does that look like it should? I guess so. 2 wires in there. Labeled white. Yeah, that's correct. And it's a PTC sitting right in there. Doesn't appear to be in any distress. I think the relay on modern Corsair PSUs is part of the soft start and clicks in a second or two after power's on. I get nothing but clicks. It just keeps clicking. Excuse me. All right. Well, fuck it. I wanted to go later today, but everything's broken. Everything's broken, and all of my ambitions have fallen short. We got a little bit of the design done for the PSU, and I'm going to work on that on Wednesday because I really want to get that circuit board done this week. I actually want that thing done yesterday, but, you know, bygones be bygones. I have no way of testing this thing. Should have 5 volts on one of the lines even when it's off. Yeah, that's true. I can look at that. I'll take a look at that. Yeah, that was part of the process, is unplugging all the cables, and I literally did it in front of chat. So, it's just constantly clicking. When I hit the test button, it makes a click noise, but the LED doesn't do anything. And it's just click, 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 click. So, I don't know. They still put the stick. Well, this might predate the legislation, but you can look it up. Just look it up. Yeah, it's a bad starter. Hey, Ducart, how's it going? What up? What up, cuz? Yeah, we're working on my insane computer, and it's just gotten layers and layers of ridiculousness. Let me do a quick recap of the stream, because I'm about to end the stream here and call it quits for the day, because it's been a succession of failures. So, friend of mine, stickers are legal. It's just not legal to refuse RMA due to the sticker. Yeah. Friend of mine dropped off this power supply with me. Probably told me it was broken and I forgot. What we were gonna do is try to boot this computer up and run it through a couple of benchmarks in order to heat it up and make sure that everything works properly. But my freaking power supply doesn't work, and I was probably informed of this ahead of time. We don't know why. Pulled it open. Everything's clean inside. Tried it. Hooked up. Tried it not hooked up. Didn't like it. Of course, there's a note about the sticker. Note, in certain jurisdictions, warranty is void if safety sticker is broken. What jurisdictions? My diction. This is my computer. This is my super crazy computer. And before it was running slightly less insane hardware. But the cool thing about my computer is that the power supply on it is a custom built power supply. It has 3 AC to DC to DC, is 2 DC to DC modules and 1 AC to DC module. What those do is they accomplish the ability to very, very, very efficiently create a lot of 12 volts. It can make 52 amps at 12 volts. So part of that 52 amps goes to the graphics card that takes 12 volts directly, and then part of it goes to the CPU and the power converter for the CPU that makes all the different voltages. And so I have this little car adapter that'll make all of the different CPU voltages up to 160 watts. Now, the lion's share of current for the CPU goes directly as 12 volts. So there's really a lot of power that the rest of the motherboard can use properly. And now, since hard drives no longer require a bunch of cables, everything is pretty efficient and compact. We had this whole thing air-cooled setup, turned it on, it didn't work. So I ran out and I bought a different cooler. The other one probably didn't seat properly. I was itching to use an AIO on something finally. So what we ended up doing is getting an AIO, and I just have it sitting outside of the case right now for testing purposes. Boot the computer up, run Prime 95, the CPU warming benchmark. Run Prime 95. AIO's pretty happy with it. Everybody seems pretty happy with everything. Temperature's slowly going up, slowly going up, slowly going up. It hits 70 degrees Celsius. Suddenly, utilization goes all the way down. Might have been the program doing that. I'm not sure. Everything was stable. And it could still run Prime 95. All right, that's cool. Everything's turning up bother. Everything's great. Things are just a little warm. That's fine. Go to test the GPU. So I open up FurMark, and I go, hey, make a fur donut for me. And I click enter. And it immediately reboots. Okay? Back into desktop. Everything's stable in desktop. Everything's fine. What the hell was that? Go to start My Summer Car. Boots just fine. Power supply complains a little bit. Graphics card's doing its job. CPU's doing its job. My Summer Car isn't exactly the most stressful application in the world. It's in fact the least. So anyway, 3D stuff in general works. Okay. Start up Super Collider, the Unreal Uber benchmark program. Hit Start Test. Everything starts loading. Start getting a little bit of grinding noise. Starts loading. And then it finally goes into the actual 3D application. Insta restart. So the thought was maybe it's the power supply. I had been circling around this conclusion for a couple days now. And all the computer people coming in and telling me that the power supply couldn't possibly work, or everybody just comes in and goes, excuse me, did you know that? Because they build computers, they don't build hardware. I don't like taking cautionary statements, so I've been very rude to chat. But I also know that it's likely that the power supply is undersized. We might have been able to eke by. Maybe with different hardware, I could have eked by with the previous power supply. So it turns out I need to add wattage to my power supply. Well, the advantage of these Vicor power modules is I can now just design a new circuit board and drop a new module in. It's actually going to have to be 2 modules. So we started on the design for that. I thought that in the meantime, we could test with this Corsair power supply. So I bought cables at Micro Center. They turned out to be extension cables. Whoopsie poopsie. So then I actually went and got the right cables, but they were the wrong cables. They were the wrong generation of modular power supply cables, and they didn't fit into this thing. So we repinned them. We literally cut off 4 pins from the end of the power supply. And we checked and double checked and redouble checked, and the new cables work with the old power supply. But the old power supply doesn't work. Are you not running the power from a UPS? That plug strip over there is not on a UPS now. Shouldn't be. Where does that go? It goes over to that plug. The computer plugs directly into the back of the rack. Yeah, no, it's not. It's not on a UPS. So yeah, there's something else going on. This is broken. My friend dropped off a broken power supply. I should have known, but I thought, hey, I got that 1200 watt power supply. I have a 600 watt power supply in the file server, but I don't think that's going to cut it. We might be able to do a little bit of benchmark, but I was hoping I could totally overkill the amount of power with this thing. C'est la vie, such is life. We have to strategize what we're going to do going forward on this thing. I need to do that PCB design if that's going to be our only option.
because I just don't have a power supply that I can test this with. I could put an APB out with my friends and see if anybody has one, but I don't think they do. I don't think anybody has a spare power supply kicking around, because if they did, they would have already given it to me. Exhibit A. So that's where I'm at. Two PSU hybrid it? I don't have two PSUs to hybrid it with. You have servers. I have a local file server that I keep just stuff on. Yeah, that's it. I'm not like Rob Oz, where he's got all these crazy things going on. Oh, really? Corsair PSUs don't like the sine waves from... Yeah. Are there open source PSUs? That's not something you open source. No X mark. What? Yeah, so anyway, this has been just kind of like a day of this kind of stuff. We're gonna work on the steering wheel on Thursday. I'm gonna be working in the background, but time for bed. All right, man. Good luck, Luigi. Good to see you around. Same with Ducart. I haven't seen either of you guys in a while. Yeah, this has been just kind of like a day, right? Use the Vicor and another jumped PSU. It's tempting. Get 300 watts for the Mobo and then leave 500 watts for the graphics card. But then we still don't know if the graphics card's what's causing the problem. We can start a home lab. Ooh, that's good stuff. I also need to fix my computer problem so I can relate. Yeah. What I would love to do is in the back of the basement, the unfinished part of the basement, just put like a full-sized rack. And just put a bunch of the like internet equipment and other stuff like that out there. But yeah, I too am suffering from computer problems. You could get a power brick to run the motherboard, like a laptop power supply. No, I have to think about what I'm gonna do now. I don't know if anybody I know has computer power supplies sitting around. I'm usually the person that does, but I don't know. We'll get over it. We always do. I mean, I could run... My lab bench power supply has a 50 amp thing on it. We could get a shitload of 12 volts from this guy right here. It's not... I don't think that's enough. No, I don't like that. I don't like the idea of dueling it up. I don't like that. It's scary. Because then it's like, what does this see and what is like a power 500 watt main? No, it's okay. It's all right. Yeah, this needs a 700, minimum 750. The kilowatt was supposed to be the good one. That's okay, though. We'll figure it out. We will figure this out. Tomorrow, I'm going to move all this stuff back to the bench. I'll move the steering wheel back over here. And in your dual PSUs in the SLI days, that's just like, I don't know, that makes me nervous. I don't know. Oring your computer power supplies together. I mean, the only issue that I could see is that the confliction between that power control and this power control. Having like a dueling 12 volt kind of thing going on. I don't think it would like that very much. Anyway, back to what I was talking about. Thursday, we're gonna work on the steering wheel a little bit. We need to like try to pretend to be a serial module, right? And I think it's just down to sending one more command. So the gears are not gonna turn very quickly at first because I haven't worked on that in a couple days. But I think once we do that, we can then piece together our software in order to respond to button presses, and then that completes that project except for buttoning it up, putting it all back together. And then as soon as I have a computer, we can do some driving streams. But I would like to do a little bit more gaming stuff, but we have a lot of projects to work on. So we're going to work on the steering wheel on Thursday, and then on Friday, I think we should start messing with the methyl alpha ketone. Really bad stuff that can like really fuck you up. Because I would like to try to seal the laser shroud for burn the subs. So I believe that's what we're gonna do. That's the plan for the week. thank you guys for watching. I really appreciate all the views today. I'm in kind of a state. When I don't have my normal computer, I'm in a state. We got to get this thing running, and it's going to require all cylinders of my background work. So, too many projects runs in the family. I believe it, man. I believe it. Oh, God. I'm stressing myself out, and I'm not even obligated to work on any of this stuff. I don't have to do this. I don't have to. All right, what's going on? What's going on around Twitch? I don't think we're gonna raid anybody. I've been a little reluctant to do that. The Dodgers on. What's she working on? Final Fantasy. Everybody else is playing Vampire Game. Yeah, except for Rob Oz, of all the people. All right, you guys go watch somebody who's playing V-Rising or whatever. Verizon? I forgot the end card. Beep, 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 bop. There it is. There it is. I'll be on Discord. I'll be wallowing in my shame of not getting these projects done on Discord. Once I get this stuff ready and running, then I resume. I get back up on the throne, right? I've been kicked from the throne by my own ambitions. We'll get there, though. We will get there. I promise you guys. This is how these projects work. There's going to be a lull and a lot of work, and then we'll eventually come out on top. I will catch you guys on Thursday. Until then, all the social links. Have a good one, and I'll see you later.